45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Check you out. Like a library book. He'll check you out at Crown Vic, but he made you put your own together?
No, and that's what people thought, that we built our own car and took it down there. I just have about 100 cars at home, so I just dug one out, and I was
100
like,
cars.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
like,
sure. I have hey there.
Yeah.
I got me an 06 Crown Vic.
Don't let the Mounties find out about that.
yeah.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Tuesday, February 10, 2026, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, originating from Tampa, Florida. Myself, Lummy, Dr. Dan Diaco, also a lawyer, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, the Macho Man, and the great Seth Kushner. Hello, Seth.
What's up, Sponge Show?
I cannot pull off the Clem Kush today because I got a Bubba one-on-one.
Oh, boy.
That's a shame because Seth looks really awake today. He looks like wide awake, full beans.
He does look good.
He does.
He looks good. I actually, let me decide. I got my hair cut yesterday.
Oh, it looks good.
So I decided to do my hair rather than to wear. It's been, God, I can't even tell you. I've been wearing that Travis who's our guy from?
Yeah, semi-autographed Travis.
Semi-autographed glass Travis. I've been wearing his shirt, his sweatshirt, and it looks like I'm an employee of semi-autograph. Been wearing I love his flat build hats, and I've been wearing his sweatshirts and what have you. I decided, well, I got a haircut yesterday. I'll break out my big boy haircut today. So I can't even tell you the last time I did my hair.
Who cuts it?
Merch Crit cuts it. She cuts it. She's actually pretty good. She's been cutting it for a long time. Do you guys still do your gimmick where the Diaco brothers all meet at one of the Diaco brothers' house
Every 3 weeks.
and the same woman comes and cuts all 3 heads of hair
Yes, sir.
and then gets out? Now, do you guys take turns hosting it?
Yeah, we rotate.
Really? When's the last time? Now, who's up next?
That was me last time, so I think it's Jay's turn.
Jay. Now, will you guys all coordinate? Is there a particular day? Is it a Monday? Is it a Wednesday? Is it a Friday?
It's usually a Wednesday or Thursday, and then Steven sends out a group text, and we all say yes, no problem.
Is it afternoon?
No, it's like at 8 o'clock.
In the morning?
Evening.
Oh, at night?
Yeah.
Oh, at night.
Like she comes by after work.
Oh, after she gets done doing her beauty salon job.
Right.
Right.
It was great during COVID because we didn't have to reinvent that. We'd already had that system set up.
I mean, you guys have had that system for
ever.
What's next? Dentistry? Get a dentist. You seem to probably have the most room, so turn one of the upstairs bedrooms into a little dental hygiene place and
/ tailor.
Well, yeah, there you go. A lot of rich people have a barber shop. I know Dion has a barber shop at his place. He gets his hair, And then I know also, I've heard of a lot of influential people having their own, the dentist will come to their place because they don't like going to the dentist in public or whatever. But
but like they got like X-ray equipment, and I mean, you're gonna get a half-assed dental exam. You know?
Unless you, and I gotta think I gotta think, and well, all medical equipment's expensive, isn't it? I mean,
all of it. It's a medical pen is expensive,
right?
It's like space, with the $50 million toilets.
It's like it's like aviation, where like a set of brakes for the plane that you and your family and my family used to own together, like a set of brakes, and it only had it had 3 wheels. A set of brakes was like $9,000 for a set of brakes.
Jeez.
Just because everything's got to be triple, everything's got to have a backup to it, so instead of one brake line,
you're
got
not buying
2.
brake pads on Temu?
No, you're not buying brake pads on Amazon or any of that. Let me, what's the click today? Oh, the Ghislaine, the whatever.
The Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know that I guess she's thrown it out there that she could pretty much clear Trump of all this nonsense, but it comes with a caveat. It comes with a pardon. I guess she testified a little bit yesterday via Zoom and pled the fifth, and people want to know who she's protecting and things like that. But supposedly her lawyer threw out that she could completely get Trump off the hook with a pardon. I think that Trump probably is all over the Epstein files. I know that Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago a little bit, but I really don't think that Trump did any like underage girl stuff. I feel like he didn't. So, like, why not just throw it out there? I mean, you can't deny the fact that you knew the guy. You can't deny the fact that he's been to your Mar-a-Lago place. If you double down on what you've been saying, hey, after I found out or after he got arrested or whatever, I completely didn't have anything to do with him, I think you could probably pretty much prove that as well. And as long as you didn't, there's nothing on any type of manifest or anything like that that shows that you were, participating in underage stuff, then just let it out. I think giving her a pardon is optically a bad look. Really a bad look.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think she's going to get anything. I think now that you had Congress that was able to go see some of the redacted files yesterday, I think they have. I saw a few people say that she's even more of a monster than they realized. And
really?
I guess the 60 redacted guys. They're trying to get those guys, I guess, unredacted so they can get arrested and prosecuted and all sorts of things. I guess a couple of guys around the world and a couple of guys that live in the United States they saw are involved.
So yesterday there was another big data dump, right?
No, the politicians got to go read like 20% of the files that were unredacted.
So now the congressional part of this is starting to happen, right? Because I think that we haven't had any congressional. Isn't that where the Clintons are supposed to testify and things like that, all through the Congressional Oversight Committee? That I think maybe that process is starting now, maybe because I think Maxwell testified yesterday.
Yeah, she declined to answer any questions. Just
Right.
pled the fifth.
I've been having this story actually for quite a while. By the way, I'll get to the Maxwell stuff a little bit later, but I've been hanging on to this for a while, and I might as well burn it. Try to play it and get it out there. Man convicted of leaving girl to be eaten by gators. How do you avoid the death sentence when you did he kill the girl, or I can see that if she didn't die and she got out and she didn't get eaten by gators, I could see where you could be given life in prison with no parole. But if you killed the girl and then you were going to just throw the body in the Everglades and have the gators eat the body, and then, there's no evidence. To me, man, that's death penalty all day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the girl made it. Let me see if...
No, the child was killed.
the child was killed?
Yeah.
To die by alligators. Turning to the story of a South Florida man who left a 5-year-old girl to die by alligators who was given a second chance today. A Miami-Dade jury.
Why should anybody, when that's what you've done, you've killed a kid.
Kidnapped it, too.
You kidnapped and killed a child. so you killed him. And then, and in order to get rid of the body, you take it to the Everglades to be eaten by gators. How can that guy not be absolutely the best candidate ever for the death penalty? Why would you give that guy a second chance? Now, I know a second chance just is living in a caged cell for the rest of your life. But, I mean, I really do believe in, killing people. As I do believe in capital punishment in some instances. In some instances where, all appeals have been exhausted, there's DNA evidence, there's just no wiggle room. Like, for instance, Dan, the guy that you've been representing in the clemency, I know you're part of a clemency board and a group of lawyers that try to get innocent people out of prison. And there are some really innocent people in prison, including the guy you've been trying to help.
Yeah, the Innocence Project of Florida has gotten people out that have been wrongfully convicted, really
people deserve,
vindicated by DNA.
Right, by DNA.
And they've been in jail for 30 years, 35 years. It's crazy. Some of these people's lives have just been destroyed.
But when you got the DNA, when the states got the DNA, and there's no other human being that could have done this heinous act, man, why not kill them? Because, I mean, there is no wiggle room. Like, if they didn't have the DNA, then there's a little bit of wiggle room. But if they got you on videotape, they got you on DNA deal, and there's, a 99.9999999% chance that there's no other human being that could have done that. Why not death penalty it up, buddy? Especially with something this bad.
Turning to this story of a South Florida man who left a 5-year-old girl to die by alligators.
Look at that scumbag.
He looks guilty, but
second chance today.
It's like Lawrence Taylor's dad.
Don't you think, though, sometimes, Bubba, that everyone gets one pass?
No.
Unless it's like a cop or the president or something like that, like
or Bubba Clem.
Or I'm just talking about, like, because there's a lot of murders happen in anger or someone they know, something like that, or it got away from them, like vehicular homicides.
Yeah.
I don't know if they should get death penalties.
No.
I think someone that's killed multiple people, has a habit, a criminal, a career criminal that finally robbed 16 people, the 17th person he kills. Those people, yes.
Or somebody that killed a child and tried to feed him to the gators.
Pretty bad. I think those really extreme ones, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's too much. When sometimes it get like. Do you think that like Luigi Mangione, if he's convicted, should die?
Yeah.
Seth?
Just because, and I'll let Seth answer after I say. I think Luigi Mangione should die just because of the premeditated part of it.
It wasn't just in a fit of anger. He wasn't drunk and just actually beat up someone too hard.
It wasn't like the guy that threw the chair into the TV after the Patriots lost.
Right.
Did you see that footage, Seth?
Yeah, I don't think it's real, but I think it was a funny set. I think it was funny that they were all in on it.
I think some of those are getting set up now.
Yeah, clearly you all agree that you're going to smash the TV, which is funny, I guess, to do that. I thought it was a funny video.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, what's your opinion on the Luigi Mangione deal? I say death penalty because of the premeditated aspect of it. What do you say? The guy killed the United
I say
Healthcare.
Keep him alive and study him forever.
Like do a lobotomy on him and check his brain and things like that.
Why not, man? Instead of killing all these psychopaths, maybe just keep some alive so we can figure out, what possesses somebody to go, murder somebody for what they think is right.
Do you want to torture him too at the time?
I want to torture him. I do. I'd like to.
A Miami-Dade jury spared Harrell Brady's life today. After 4 hours of deliberations, jurors recommended the 76-year-old should be sentenced to life in prison. He was convicted of dumping the child in the Everglades where she was killed by alligators. This happened in
Oh, hold on. So they're saying that she was killed by alligator.
Yeah.
Like he didn't actually murder her. He just left her to be murdered.
That's even worse.
Is that worse?
Yeah.
98.
You could have left her to be found.
Shoot me in the head and throw me out there. Don't let me have to go out there and fight alligators where there's a portion of you're actually alive for some of it as you're struggling by the way, let's not forget, I think the girl was 6.
5.
Yeah, the girl's 5.
In the middle of the Everglades.
I mean, Lemmy, you got a 4-year-old. Can you imagine? I mean, can you even wrap your head around poor little Walker being thrown out in the air and then having to try to fight off? Now, I know he's a big kid.
He'd eat the alligators.
Yeah, Walker would kill them.
Yeah, he'd just give him a stick. He'd be fine.
Walker is the exception. Lemmy, have you guys had Walker analyzed by a doctor? Is he in like the upper 5% or something as far as bigness?
Yeah, certain parts of him is he's in the.
Although he's starting to kind of thin out, like he's kind of getting tall and thinning out a little bit.
Yeah, he keeps hitting these little growth spurts that keep slimming him out.
He's like the Stretch Armstrong. You know, they start off thick and you stretch him, they skinny up a little bit.
I'll tell you, Dan, you know how you want to throw a baseball around a lot? You need to start throwing with Walker because he loves baseball. I saw a couple baseball footages of him that Ashley put up. And I think, Lummy, is that the sport that he's gravitating to right now?
Yes.
Is baseball.
All he wants to do is play baseball.
So let's throw out the soccer. Soccer sucks.
No,
Soccer
soccer's
sucks.
done. He doesn't play soccer
Yeah,
anymore.
soccer sucks.
Socks just for 5-year-olds.
Yeah, soccer's just to keep your kid, I think now, isn't Sammy gravitating to girls basketball? Isn't that what she's doing?
She's been playing soccer, so I'm not sure if she's going to go back to basketball or not.
Does she not like basketball?
She likes soccer more because all of her friends are in it.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with necessarily her skill set. It has to do with it's a social.
No, she's terrible. She's just out there to dance and be the social.
She's just out there to be a social butterfly.
Oh, yeah, they love her. They love her. So
Joseph Shchenko, 75 for Steph's socks hat.
the coach was going around, giving out trophies on Saturday. The coach was going around saying, great words about everybody on the team. And I was like, wow, what's going to say about my daughter? And he's like, she's, if you ever need to learn some dance moves, then Sam's the person to go to. So
and you were proud, but yet a little bit like, why couldn't they say that Sam had a good crossover? Or
no, I know it's her first year. We joke about it. Like she plays goalie, which is awesome, but otherwise she's very slow. So I don't know if athletics are going to be where her future lies.
Cheerleading, maybe.
No, I think she's an artist. I think so.
Can she draw and stuff like that?
No, just more like creating just
makeup
and fashion and things like that.
Yeah.
She's doing makeup now at this age?
Oh yeah,
well, she's 7.
Come on, really?
And she's going to be 8.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
you got your
yeah.
hands full.
I mean, you got to start learning how to put the makeup on at 6, 7, 8.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
She puts it on at the house. She does it with her friends, beauty treatments and stuff.
Yeah, they do like they play like beauty shop.
I take her all the time to Target. I'm just like, pick out whatever makeup you want under $10. So
not the expensive Mac stuff, or you pick out the Maybelline and stuff like that.
Oh, I've learned about some cheaper brands, that's for sure.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I'm gonna do a horn blaster gimmick.
Okay.
What was the beauty queen kid that from here? Benet Ramsey, John Benet Ramsey?
John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah. She was from close. It was like between here and Lakeland.
Who?
Ramsey?
No, she's from Boulder, Colorado.
No, who was the one that was around here? There was one around here.
Sabrina Eisenberg was the one that was the baby that got killed.
Oh, it was Eisenberg. It was just the
But
baby.
she was 2.
Oh, okay. I thought she was.
And Todd Foster represented Marlene and Steve Eisenberg and got him off. And he was the first lawyer in the history of our government to win under what they call the Hyde Act. And the Hyde Act is when the government has brought erroneous charges against you and you're able to prove it and they have to pay your legal fees.
Which is nice. It should be that way.
And so,
I dated the sister of one of the cops that fucked that up.
Oh, yeah. The cops came in, put the surveillance in, and the audio wasn't clear enough, and that's what got thrown out.
You had Monday Night Raw last night?
Are you among the members who got to see the unredacted files today?
Super Jennifer. Berto Perez, 82 months. Andy the August, 85 months. I was. Didn't see any Monday Night Raw or anything.
I don't know if it was Bober dropping the glasses or what, but she went from like a 7.9 to like an 8.7.
Who?
Yeah, she did look better.
Lauren Bobart, she just the way they interviewed her
I
outside.
got a picture of her. What, the one walking down the steps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She got hotter?
She looks like it, yeah.
She fucking Kid Rock?
She was. I think hopefully they're done. She's got to disinfect that thing. Air it out, Lysol.
So who do you think's dirtier, Pam Anderson or Kid Rock?
Oh, at this point, I think.
Who? What was the question?
Who's dirtier, Kid Rock or Pam Anderson?
Oh, both.
Kid Rock said that he was going to redo his Super Bowl performance in his living room with his DJ so you could see why there were issues with his Turning Point performance.
Oh, I'm hearing nothing but bad reviews for that.
Well, that's why he's going to redo it in his living room with his DJ.
It was bad. I hope it was bad.
He kind of threw the Turning Point USA production crew under the bus.
Looked like a high school musical.
Well, they're not. They don't throw concerts. Like, that's just...
They threw an 80,000 person concert for the widow the day after he died.
The funeral?
The funeral.
Yeah.
It was his production of a concert.
They must have forgot to sound check this one.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it for 1 second.
He was just saying that, that his DJ was out of whack with the way that he was dancing, and he said,
did they do a sound check at all?
They recorded it on Tuesday.
Oh.
They recorded it that much earlier?
I was at a soundstage in Atlanta.
They had time to edit it all? Come on, that was after 4 days of editing?
Yeah. So that's when you said he was lip syncing, that's what he was doing, right? Because they'd already recorded it.
He said that he was he said he was lip syncing, but I think he was also kind of saying that it was like a backup track too.
Who, Kid Rock?
Yeah.
Like a fattening track.
He said that his DJ was also supposed to help fill in.
Yes.
There's the mistiming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's from seeing Kid Rock, he's amazing. He's a professional.
Did I get any prep from that, Lummy?
For the Kid Rock thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday. Do you want to resend it?
Just send it back of him making an excuse.
Okay.
I don't know. He was on Laura Ingraham last night. I didn't send it because I didn't know if we were going to still carry the halftime stuff.
Well, we don't carry the halftime stuff. I mean, there's a couple little stuff. We're not going to make a big deal about it, but having that and then Bad Bunny pulling his Instagram account would be some nice backfiller.
Yeah, do we know why he did that?
No.
Benito?
He had millions and millions of followers, right? Like 50 million followers or something?
58 million.
I've seen his breakdown.
Hey guys, want to get lucky this Valentine's Day? Relax, we got you covered. Because when it comes to romance, it's all about the box. Set the mood, turn the lights down, get on the comfortable couch. With the box, you'll see things you've never seen before. Thrilling, hot and steamy, smooth, slow burn romance that actually works. Whether it's heart-pounding action, edge-of-your-seat games, or movies that say, don't go to bed yet, the box delivers. This Valentine's Day, don't overthink it. Bring home the one thing that never disappoints. Visit getabox.com. Use promo code Bubba for $25 off your new box. Every channel, every game, every movie ever made. Getabox.com. Promo code Bubba.
Listen up, freak shows! He's back. Living proof that a man can live without a brain. Back to Bubba!
So, Matt Heller, of course, we're Team Heller. Love Matt Heller. Known Matt Heller for probably 20 years. Of course, Matt Heller, the CEO, president, and founder of Porn Blasters.
That thing was loud.
Oh, yeah. And I think they got a deal going on right now. They're really trying to push like this new Valentine's deal or something going on. Maybe you're a woman, you're listening to this show, and you just know that your husband who's got a pickup truck or maybe even I think the spare tire delete kit can almost fit on anything, but they're doing some huge specials at hornblasters.com.
So that delete kit, does that mean it replaces where your spare is?
Yes.
It's that big? It just kind of bolts into that area?
And it's made for more like pickups, because that way you can throw your spare in the back of your tailgate. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Whereas, and this is and if you go to hornblasters.com, It shows you all types of different, audio samples and installation brackets and different things and what things sound like. I think I have the. I think I actually have the spare tire delete kit.
Oh, perfect.
Don't. Oh, perfect. You're supposed to validate that I do have it in there. You guys found it, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have it. I just wasn't sure if you had that one or if you had the little 3-liter horn kit.
No, I think I got this one, and this is what it supposedly sounds like.
It's a commercial train.
So I got that one in a box that he sent me. I just never installed it. And so I talked to Matt yesterday, and he's like, listen, we're going to get Lasker in. Listen, and if there's anybody that works for the show or anybody that could be obnoxious with a train horn, it's Gene Lasker. So he's like, Matt's been listening to the show. He's like, have Lasker get with me, and we can get him in on the 17th or the 18th to put his horn in his truck, courtesy of Horn Blasters. And I'm like, well, Matt, don't forget, I got one. I already got a kit. Can you just put it in for me? So they're gonna put mine, which I think is this one. So I think I get mine installed the week after Lasker does.
Can we hear the middle one? How that one sounds?
This is the Outlaw 228 train horn kit. A little bit smaller. That might be what you need for your Tesla.
There you go.
Right, because my Tesla horn sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean,
have you heard my Tesla horn?
I heard that they're kind of wimpy.
It was wimpy, and they offered an upgrade, and the upgrade is like almost sounds like a fart. It's like a.
Well, Tarek, my brother-in-law, has it where you can actually program your horn. If you were as technical as he was, or he could come over and do it for you on your Tesla, you can program your horn to be any sound you want. Well, like his is a fart.
I want it to sound like the spare tire deal.
Now this is the most compact. I'm on hornblasters.com. This is the Sprocker 3-liter horn kit. Maybe because of restrictions of for space restrictions. Dan, maybe let's see what the littlest one sounds like.
Sounds like a super normal horn.
So anyway, do they have?
Put that on your Lamborghini.
Yeah. Those Italian horns are suck too. By some of the old Ferraris, it's like barely makes a noise.
That's what Seth needs on his Volkswagen.
Oh, big time.
Pulling up to car line and he didn't see Sammy, so he hits a.
There's 5 of them.
Me too.
That's the Leslie RS5T.
Jesus.
Let's look at the Nathan Air Chime P3. You know what? Now, you know where a lot of his business comes from? I know he did the place where the Falcons plays. I think he did where the Detroit Red Wings play. He does a lot of the I think he does a lot of the stadiums. When especially in a hockey facility, when they score, usually you hear, That's the King 5, by the way. Here's the Outlaw. I think for the place, is that the Mercedes Dome? The Mercedes.
Yeah, Mercedes in Atlanta, yeah.
I think they're he has a combination of a Leslie and an Outlaw.
He does the Nathan Air Chime. That's the one in the right there. The Nathan Air Chime's the one in the Mercedes Benz.
Oh yeah, that sounds like goal. Anyway, Lasker can't get one of these fast enough.
Your mom must have really tried to avoid giving you noisy gifts as a kid.
That kind of sounds like the Lightnings right there a little bit. The Nathan Airchime P5. So anyway, I talked to Matt yesterday. I got Lasker a deal and an install date, and then Lummy, I know that I think my box, my Horn Blaster Delete spare tire delete kit, you said you found for me, right?
Yes.
It's in the pantry.
Yes.
Still in the box.
100%.
Still in the Horn Blaster's box.
Yep.
So is there any new information on the Savannah Guthrie deal? I know that she released a new video pleading for the public's help to find her mom. She says, we believe our mom is still out there. We are at an hour of desperation. We need your help. And this is just strictly my opinion. And I hope, but I'm also a realist. You know, that would be like, say, I wish I could weigh 205 pounds tomorrow. But, realistically, I would have to really, make some major life changes and probably have to go to a fat camp and all kinds of things. But anyway, I think the longer it goes, probably, like if you were to get an FBI guy that's in charge of, hostage negotiations or, ransom, stuff like that, I think probably the longer you go, the worse odds you have on survival. Just because I think there comes a point where the bad guys are done, babysitting, and they're over it. If they can't officially get this money or have open lines of communications to the Guthries, right?
Well, then what do they do? They just leave her in the Everglades? I mean what do you do with
Killer?
You go to act. So someone doesn't pay in 8 days, then you're going to go ahead and just step up to murder?
Well, here's the deal.
I don't think there's any kidnappers, or they would have already gotten paid.
So Seth, you think she's already a goner?
I think if you're sitting, if you play the latest Savannah Guthrie video, I know everybody's got their theories. I guess I do, but I'm just saying I feel like if they were able to have communication with the people that allegedly kidnapped her, they were willing to pay. Now these people that allegedly kidnapped her can't prove anything, that she's alive, that she's dead, that they have her.
I don't think they can prove anything that doesn't implicate them.
Right, and now that's why they're just going, okay, we just need help from the public now because to me, they don't have any idea what's happening if they're coming out like this.
Right, and I'm going to play this here momentarily, what Seth's talking about. But the other thing is this. Let's say you're a bad guy, and you started out trying to do this and trying to get, $1 million and set it up through Bitcoin, and you got cold feet for whatever reason because you felt as if you're going to get caught. I mean, like you said, Dan, why do something that for sure is... Now, just holding her ransom and not hurting her is a crime, obviously.
Absolutely, a felony. And
Sure.
they would go away to jail for a long time, but no one's going to do the electric chair for someone that has a kidnapping/ransom go wrong as long as the person's still alive.
Right. So there probably comes a point with these bad guys are like, okay, we can't, this is just strictly my opinion, I think it aligns with Seth, and that is, okay, we couldn't figure this out without not getting caught. So let's just go dump her off at a park somewhere in the middle of the night and
Give some nuts to feed the squirrels.
She'll eventually, make sure she's fed and make sure she's nutritious and that she's got a jacket or she's warm or that, drop her literally off, but again, I think even that they're going to check all the surveillance from all the businesses, and it's like you almost got to drop her off with a burner phone in the middle of the desert somewhere where there are no ring cameras or blink cameras or surveillance and get the hell out of there, but not harm her. And so, I think at that point you got maybe a chance.
Well,
but I mean, do you think that the ransom people, if she's alive, they got to know that they just can't pull this off. And why kill her? Don't kill her, because you'll never see the light of day. You might do 10 years now for a ransom, with a hostage Willie, but as long as you kept her fed and you didn't hurt her and she doesn't die.
She gets her medication.
And she gets her medication, which I don't know that I think that wasn't that what they were most worried about. Not her pacemaker, but her medication.
I saw an interview with a long time, like New York, I don't know, cop who maybe is involved with kidnapping and all that stuff, and he said that a professional kidnapper would have gotten all her medication, would have gotten everything she needed to keep her alive. That way, they would be able to actually get the ransom.
That way, they actually have a commodity that they can keep, they can take care of. But I mean, it's my understanding that they have not proven to the Guthries or the authorities of any possible life. Right? There's not been anything back from the ransom people proving life.
Well, and then the investigators went back to her sister's house late last night and started collecting some more data. They said so.
I mean, then we haven't even got into the fact that it's an inside job. We're all kind of taking the fact that this might be an outside job, meaning a bad guy, but we're a bad sort of people. But
the bad guy could be the brother-in-law. I mean, that's been heard for a long time. But I don't think there's any information to come from any alleged kidnappers. These people asking for ransom. I don't think they don't have her at all.
Yeah, so
they got involved and they're clearly trying to get $1 million or $6 million or whatever sent to them, but they don't have her mom at all. Or I think this would have been already handled.
It's such a curveball because usually the ransom people have more than what these ransom people have. More data, more communication, more proof of life. This has just been really screwed. This has really been screwed up from day one. And here's Savannah Guthrie. I think this was from yesterday.
Yeah.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare.
Is this starting week 3 or 2?
2.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there.
What if she's partying it up with the ransom people being like, man, I don't even want to go home.
I mean, that'd be a great plot for a movie.
I'm having a great time with you guys. You guys are cool as hell. You let me do what I want.
You make me feel 65 again.
Makes me feel 65 again. I mean, you guys are giving my medicine. My pacemaker's working great. I love this place. Food's good. Man, my kids drive me crazy most of the time.
You think she's partying in the villages?
No, I don't think so. No.
Need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her.
I mean, what if they never find a body?
That's crazy. I wonder what medicines are missing too, because if it's just like statins, who cares?
Right, you can live on it. I mean,
right. I mean, was she really like the only thing that you could if
the blood pressure? Is there blood pressure issues?
Yeah, but blood pressure. People walk around with a 170 over 110 all the time. I mean, that's not going to kill you right away.
She was taken, and we don't know where. And we need.
I just hope that they're being. That's if I was. I mean, I'm taking the leap of faith of thinking that she is being held by some people that are, have her kidnapped. I just hope they're being nice to her and being good to her, and treating her well and feeding her and not abusing her and things like that. I hope they're being cool. I hope that when they do find her, if they do.
She's fine, makeup, hair.
That she's able to be like, hey, listen, it's not cool being kidnapped and everything, but they were super cool to me.
Your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter
who you asking, the public or the kidnappers?
Asking the public.
Where you are.
A lot of people think it's weird that she went from talking to the kidnappers to now all of a sudden asking for the public to help.
Yeah, it's kind of despair and hopelessness, and she doesn't think that it's going anywhere.
but here's
I'm
the
surprised
thing.
they didn't throw that first $1 million out just to get it done. They have all that kind of money. NBC even
but did they
could have kicked in a little bit.
But hold on, did they really have a place to send it? Did they have
they had an account.
They did have
but there was no proof that they had her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. At that point, Dan, there was no proof that they had her, so you could just be sending $1 million to one of the guys that detail your car, dumb or dumber.
Tucson.
By the way, Dan's got 2 workers that work for him, Dumb and Dumber, and I think one of them is in Atlanta in jail, isn't it?
No, he's out. He's back. He's dumb. He's great.
So are both? I mean, Dumb and Dumber both available?
I don't deal with Dumber anymore because he's just too dumb to deal with. So I just deal with Dumb.
Now, do you literally call him Dumb?
Sometimes. He's just happy he's not dumber.
Oh, okay.
He's relieved.
Dumber doesn't have a job now.
Well, Dumber's, I don't care. Dumber's an idiot. I can't deal with him. I mean, it's just,
But
he's got a
Dumb-
baby mama, and he's texted me by mistake thinking it was his baby mama, and I'm like, dude, you talk to someone like this?
So
Was he asking for some skin pics or something?
No, he called me an effing
Bitch?
C-U-N.
Oh.
If you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you,
This whole thing's strange to us.
you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation.
She doesn't look like she has anything bad to do with any of this, and she looks like she's aged 15 years
No,
in the last
she doesn't.
week.
I don't think she has anything to do with this, and she does look like she doesn't look like that fresh-faced news anchor from NBC. I mean, it almost feels like
a kidnapped mom will age you 20 years.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I guess it does.
It really does.
You know, there's some theories that because she interviewed Epstein victims, it's part of the, the world order is messing with her to warn her.
What? So because Savannah Guthrie interviewed Epstein survivors, that this is right along the lines of the
part of that big giant, amorphous network of power that people are thinking that the world is protecting.
And we need your help.
So I mean, there you go.
See, the thing with the Epstein stuff, and I know this is kind of going back and forth, but it is related to this in some way. It's that, so like Giselle talks, people aren't going to believe her if it's bad about them, and they're going to believe her if it's bad about their enemies. And so you see that you have people that are on manifests and in emails, and if they're on the other side, you think they're guilty. If they're on your side, it's like, oh, well, it's just an email. Just because he mentions it, it doesn't matter. So it's going to be difficult for the public to kind of sift through 3 million pieces of information and decide whether or not these people that are named in some way or another are guilty. And we're splitting hairs. Well, he went to the island, but he didn't touch a young girl, but maybe he touched a young boy, but she was of age. But it's you know what I'm saying? Like, at what point are we outraged? Are we outraged that you're a friend? Are we outraged that you showed up at the island? Are you outraged that you got his end?
I think I don't know that we'll ever have any closure on the Epstein deal, just because I don't think that I don't think the federal government under this administration is ever going to be truly transparent. I think it's going to take the next administration or the next one, and that we might even be like that almost like the JFK deal, and the fact that, like, I think just now they're starting to release, sealed documents and things like that from was it the Warren Commission that investigated the JFK assassination? I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the things that Trump ran on was to unseal the JFK sealed documents. I think he has, and there really wasn't much there. It might take a different administration to come in here and finally give the American public full transparency on, what happened on the Jeffrey Epstein deal. I don't know. It just seems like they're playing a lot of cute games, including she testified yesterday in front of Congress. Continuing on our Guthrie path, TMZ's Harvey Levin reads from an alleged Nancy Guthrie ransom note as final deadline passes. Now, TMZ has been one of the 3, I think, there's been 2 local or 2 Arizona-based, K-Gun and another one, that the ransom or the bad guys or the people that are doing this or supposedly doing this now, that one ended up being a copycat. Some dude from California just decided to copycat this deal, and they arrested him. He was trying to throw some fake ransom note kind of deal, and he had nothing to do with it. Well, I guess Harvey Levin and TMZ's in that 3-station or 3 news outlet rotation. And did he get another ransom letter yesterday? And I guess the final deadline has passed now, because the final deadline passed at 7 o'clock last night, supposedly.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Isn't it weird though that they knew that other thing was a scam, but they don't say that this one was a scam, and they defied the deadline twice? I mean,
Well, I think they found out the other one was a scam because the guy wasn't very
sloppy,
tech savvy with regards to hiding his identity.
Well, they tracked his down. They tracked his IP down real fast.
Well, I think the Bitcoin or the wallet he gave him was linked to his account.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So this supposedly is potentially the newest ransom note that Harvey Levin got yesterday. It was before 7 o'clock.
There's another ransom note?
I guess.
I didn't know that.
Here we go.
Levin, the founder of TMZ, who received the initial ransom note for Nancy Guthrie. So, Harvey,
All right, so this is the initial one.
This Bitcoin account, and we are now 7 minutes past the deadline in the original alleged ransom note, which you received, and so you've been looking at the Bitcoin account. What are you reporting?
There's nothing there. It has not been deposited. Aaron, I was thinking of something that
I think this was yesterday at 4:07 Los Angeles time.
You raised on Friday when you spoke to the reporter from KOLD and asked about the second note. And you asked her if this was a ransom note. And she kind of carefully said that she doesn't think authorities would characterize it as a ransom note. The only other thing I can think of, what if, and I don't know this, but I'm just raising this, what if there was another Bitcoin address in that second ransom letter that doesn't align with the one we received? I don't know why they would do this, and it doesn't make sense to me, because if Savannah did pay this money, I don't know that it's in her interest to do an APB for everybody to look out for somebody who might have her mom or to find her mom if they paid the money and they're waiting for the return of their mother. I don't know that she would go out with a call like that. So on a level,
strategically, you got the media telling you how you should play it. I'm sure that you have the FBI and the local officials telling you how to play it. You got probably ransom and kidnap experts telling you how to play it. It's just, again, Harvey says that if you did pay it, you shouldn't announce that you paid it. It's just,
why there would be another Bitcoin account. But I think it's possible it was in this letter. I want to read you I'll read you one line from the ransom note we received. And they say, "It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible." So, this was way back when the first ransom note was issued, and days passed. And on Saturday, Savannah said, "We are going to pay this." So it's baffling to us. We just don't understand what has transpired, but the account we're looking at does not show a deposit.
And so you said the original sentence was, "It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible." All right. So now I understand exactly what you're saying, right? It was interesting that the way that reporter who had seen the second letter did characterize it as not a ransom note. But so we don't know if there was an additional address in it or not. But
to me,
when
it just
you talk
seems
about
like
the Bitcoin address itself.
To me, it just sounds like nobody really knows anything.
It's weird. I thought the first letter,
first account, first deadline, second deadline.
I thought the first letter, the first account, or the first demand letter had some things in it that only a person that was close to her or with her would know. And
they
that
blew
was
that
the case.
They blew that off.
And they blew that off. And if that was the case, if my mom got kidnapped and the first letter says, hey, we have your mom. She's wearing that necklace that you gave her when you were in high school. And she's got, 2 or 3 different things.
Let's say your mom had like a mole on her left shoulder, and you're like,
Right.
and we just to verify can tell you that she's got a mole on her left shoulder 3 inches down from her neck. Well, Dan, you would know that, and you're like, okay, they probably got mom.
Right. At that point, you pay the $1 million. Especially you got NBC backing you and you're worth $50 million.
Thing is, Harvey, it's not hard to check it. I mean, you're checking it frequently, right? That Bitcoin address?
Not hard to check it, but almost impossible, and maybe impossible to find out who is it going to. That's the issue.
Isn't that amazing that in today's world, you can have a way to receive money and nobody ever find out about it? Like, you would think that in today's, world of not being able to be anonymous and do much, that you can anonymously have a way to receive money and probably in very illicit type manners, meaning a drug deal, a ransom deal, or whatever, and the people you can't trace it. Like, I would never thought that you could do that. Like, I would never thought in today's world of having to show an ID before you vote, just being able to, one of the major things we have in our life is, you having to identify yourself. And we get in fights in various agencies and things like that, get in fights over the inability to prove who you are or your ID or, not having an ID or things like that. And, Bitcoin is based on just completely being able to receive money in potentially illicit ways. But now, Dan, let me ask you a question. I mean, don't they have to, does Bitcoin have to, as far as taxes and stuff, if somebody would send you $5 million, is Bitcoin completely tax-free? You don't have to pay any, you don't get like a 1099 or nothing like that on that?
Not at all. It's changed. And so profits from Bitcoin have to be declared. They've lessened the privacy within Bitcoin, and they have this account. So say someone funds this account $1 million or $6 million. If this account tries to pay for anything tangible, like a boat, or a house,
what about just taking it out?
But then it gets transferred to another account, and then that account will be identified.
Right.
Because the thing about Bitcoin is it's that distributive registry. And when anything happens in Bitcoin, it happens to all the computers across the world at the same time. So there's this distributive registry. Everything happening.
That's the blockchain technology.
Right. It's all about redundancy.
So here's the deal. What if you're the bad guys, you get the money, and then you'd have to probably withdraw it from a country that's not part of the U.S. tax code, right?
Right, and doesn't care about what happened to Guthrie.
Right.
So
you have to go to maybe Uganda or something, I'm just saying, in order. Okay, let's say that Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy Guthrie, is okay. They finally work out the details on the $4 or $5 million. They fund the Bitcoin account. They return Nancy back. Everybody's happy, but the feds, of course, are not.
Because they're on that account now.
Yeah, they're okay. Okay, this account here, it's got $5 million. We're going to watch to see what happens to this account, where they transfer it to, how they try to withdraw it, what they try to buy from it. You'd have to go to a country that didn't recognize U.S. extradition, right?
Yep.
And or in order to be able to get it.
Correct.
And I think there are countries that don't recognize, you won't work with the U.S. government on things like this. So
most of them are lovely countries to live in too. If you get that
Kenya,
list,
yeah. I don't even know if the Bank of Kenya would be able to give you $5 million. Because if they did, they'd have running water.
But we're not seeing a deposit, and we've been looking obviously all day, and we looked at 4 o'clock. Our time.
Boy, man, the ransom hostage game has really changed a lot. Back when the Lindbergh baby got taken, they just wanted $200,000 in a briefcase at an anonymous phone booth at the corner of Main Street, and there was no way, I don't think, to anonymously be able to get money back in the day when this sort of thing happened. It had to be unmarked bills left underneath an oak tree in the middle of the night at a park, right? I mean, right? There was no way to get money.
5 o'clock Tucson time, and we're not seeing it.
And we were talking to a crypto expert, John Griffin. He was saying, okay.
Yeah, that's who we need to talk to, is a crypto expert. If they were to fund the money, how do you get it out?
Whoever set up this particular Bitcoin account does show a basic level of crypto knowledge, which is certainly consistent with everything else, right? No one has been able to find out the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie. So there's nothing basic about the activities here.
See, Dan, they got, and we have to have Kevin on the air, but, within the crypto world, they got like cold wallet storage. And, so like you don't have to get it out from a Robinhood account. Let me, I think you know a little bit about that, don't you?
Yeah.
So like if you had if you opened up a Bitcoin account and you were doing the ransom deal and you said, okay, I want you to send it to this address, but then that address is really a cold, and again, for all the haters out there or everybody in chat, I do not know. Let me just say this right now. I do not know what I'm talking about. I'm only speculating and putting together little pieces of knowledge that I've kind of know. I don't know anything about this. I could completely sound like a retard right now. I do not know what I'm talking about. I'm only speculating. But I know that
they call it sometimes a cold storage.
Yeah, or a wallet, or something like that.
Cold wallet,
and it's not ran through like Coinbase or Robinhood or anything like that. It's ran through. I literally think it's a private wallet you've created, and that's where I think
it's disconnected from the internet, and you're the only one that has the private key. So if you lose that, you lose your.
But can you deposit a Bitcoin into a private wallet? Can you?
Yeah, you can, and people know that it goes into a private wallet.
So that's what they've got to do.
Or they can also.
And again, if anybody knows more about this, 813-902-8222, 813-90-BUBBA.
There are untraceable coins too. So, I mean, if you're really good into crypto, there's ways that you can buy untraceable coins
with the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin would be a sort of a path to another coin that's less traceable.
Yeah, because like Coinbase doesn't let you have the untraceable, but there's other software that lets you.
So they would throw the money into this Bitcoin deal. The bad guys would take this Bitcoin and buy an untraceable coin, and then probably take it offline and put it into cold storage, something like that.
Yeah.
And again, if I could be completely wrong on this, and if I am, I accept full criticism, and please correct me.
But then he added, if they're a sophisticated crypto operator, that they will move the funds, he said, in such a way that it'll go to other cryptocurrencies, and then the tracks will disappear. Because, we all hear, Bitcoin's supposed to be all transparent. Although then we hear, but no one will have any idea on God's green earth whose account this is. But, that the fact that they could transfer this from Bitcoin into other cryptocurrencies.
See, so that goes along the lines of what you said.
Yeah.
They put it into this Bitcoin. Yes, you can find out that, but then that can be transferred to coins that are untraceable. And that's probably what, a crypto expert would do.
Yeah, especially if they know what they're doing.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air. Go ahead.
Passing it through like multiple accounts in the.
How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Good, sir.
It's Pookie from Charleston. I've called a few times. I hope you don't consider me to derail the show, but I have a bit of a serious situation that I'd like to ask Dad about in his expert opinion.
Okay, well, you are derailing the show because you've already told me that you're sorry for potentially derailing the show. So go ahead.
Well,
selfishly, go ahead and ask your question that's going to derail the show. Go ahead.
Well, my brother has got himself in a bit of a situation. I'd like to ask Dan his expert opinion on any advice on what he should do or what may happen to him.
All right, well, lay it out quickly. Keyword quickly.
Well, his wife has had a stroke, and he let her drive, and she hit a woman, an old lady.
She hit a what?
A woman. She hit an elderly lady.
Okay.
And that woman died last night.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, now hold on. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. did she have, upon having a stroke, which I'm assuming was a while ago, did she have her license revoked?
No, she's got a license.
All right.
She was legally driving.
All right, then that's not a problem as far as, right, Dan? She has a valid driver's
arguably.
license. Yeah, arguably she's got a valid driver's license, so that's good. Go ahead.
And my brother was told by one of the officers, because she didn't even realize that she hit the one. They came to the house and got her, took her to jail. I mean, she's been out of jail since, but my brother has spent, by next month, it'll be $25,000 on a lawyer.
Well, that sounds about right. Vehicular manslaughter is not a cheap defense, my friend.
What state is this?
Well, that's
South Carolina.
This South Carolina, yeah. Yeah, I told him the charge would be vehicular manslaughter. He's saying it's not going to be that. I mean, something his lawyer told him, I guess. I mean, I don't know. But
well, I mean, vehicular manslaughter would be, like it would be completely her fault. She was negligent. The woman didn't do anything that she killed, didn't do anything wrong. Whereas if there's some extenuating circumstances where the woman may have pulled out on her or the crime, then obviously the vehicular manslaughter may not be in play. But
this woman was walking.
Well, I mean, I know of a case in St. Pete where someone was driving, I think it was on 4th Street, and slammed into a lady that happened to be a crazy homeless lady that would just walk through the streets sometimes. And so there was no charges. It just because the victim was crazy and reckless and was walking across, just jaywalking, dancing across the streets like a crazy person.
Where did your brother's wife hit the woman? Was she clearly on the sidewalk? Was it in a parking lot? You have to give us a little bit more background.
She was crossing the street, and I haven't been told exactly the particulars on that, but I know that my brother said that one of the officers said that this woman was illegally crossing the road, because there is footage of it.
Well, that would also help your sister-in-law if she was, crossing when there was a no crossing deal. Although they do say that citizens have the right of way, even if they are jaywalking. You're supposed to be mindful of that, but I think it would lessen the charge.
Definitely softens it. It's a mitigating instead of an aggravating circumstance.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean,
leaving the scene is the biggest problem, because leaving the scene when there's a big significant injury, in Florida, it's like 8 to 15 years.
Did she leave the scene?
Yeah, she went home, he said.
She did, but she was unaware that she had hit anyone at all. And I mean, and even in the footage, I mean, you can kind of get the feel of this. She shouldn't have been driving, and I know that, and I told my brother he's going to get a little backlash on that.
Well, hold on. Why do you say she shouldn't have been driving? She had a valid driver's license. Was she impaired?
She hasn't completely recovered from this stroke.
Still, doesn't matter.
But Bubba, so there's a change. So even though that she had a driver's license that she may have gotten 4 years ago, if she's, if she has a significant stroke and can barely walk, I mean, the driver's license wouldn't be automatically revoked. She just wouldn't be able to renew it successfully.
Okay. All right.
So just having that active driver's license doesn't necessarily mean that she's still competent.
I mean, do you look at her? Does she show signs that she's had a stroke? Is there obvious signs of impairment?
If you watch her while she's trying to do stuff, then a bit, yeah. But he let her drive. He worked with her for a little bit and everything, and it seemed to have gotten a bit better. So he gave her a little bit of trust.
So let me ask you a question. When they came to the house to arrest her, what did they arrest her for? That's probably what we need to know, right, Dan? Like, yes. What were the charging document? What were the charges?
Hit and run, I believe. Hit and run. But everything was fine then, and now that this woman has actually passed away, they're telling my brother they're going to have to come and get her again, and his lawyer went up from $12,000 to $25,000 or something. He's got to give her a lot more money now.
I mean, this ain't gonna listen. I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Does he have car insurance? That's your defender.
It ain't gonna be cheap. I'm just going to tell you that. So if you're trying to get out on the cheap deal, and that this guy, this attorney that's now asked for $25,000 retainer because the charges have now been, the woman passed away. I don't think that one is out of line, and two, just realize that this is going to be expensive.
So yeah, he's going to pay. I mean, that's not in question. He's going to pay.
Did they have car insurance?
They had insurance.
Okay.
He actually is asking me now because he may need to move over to my insurance, which I'll help him. But I honestly, I just.
So what's your question to Dan the lawyer?
What does he think this outcome will be, or does he think it'll end badly? Is there a way to get out of it to where it doesn't end badly?
Okay, so it's three things. First of all, your car insurance or their car insurance carrier should be helping with this defense. It shouldn't just be on her own to find a criminal defense attorney during this process. So the insured should be, a legal defense for the insured should be part of that insurance policy, number one. Number two, leaving the scene of an accident is one of those things that people are very, the state is not very tolerant of. And so the goal is that you don't hurt someone that you could have helped and then just leave them, on the side of the street for the alligators to eat them. And finally, the actual, offense of hitting the person, them dying, was she driving, was she speeding, all those things. So the insurance carrier for your, I guess, sister-in-law should be more involved before you guys secure an additional retainer for more criminal defense. You haven't been charged with anything yet. It's ridiculous to have that defense at this point.
Well, she may have been charged.
That's what I'm saying. She has, you being her.
Her family is already going gung ho on some civil stuff. They're definitely going to attack the insurance, and they came up to her they came up to the holding to the.
Hey, sir, remember the first words out of your mouth? When you called, when you called the phone, when you called the show, that you're going to completely derail the show. We had a real good show going on until you brought this wet wash rag and threw it right on my fat face.
So your brother who loaned her the car or let her drive would be likely civilly liable, and she's criminally liable as well as civilly liable for what happened.
Yeah. And, listen, this is too early in the game for Dan to be able to give you any scenarios as to what's going to happen. Dan, I'm speaking for you. It's way too early in the game here, to be able to make any predictions as to what's going to happen or what he needs to do. What he needs to do is he needs to get their insurance company more involved, let them start, doing their investigations and paying for stuff. That's what you have insurance for. And you do need, if there's criminal charges at hand and there's threatening criminal charges, then a criminal defense attorney would be helpful. But, they need to work in combination with the attorneys from her insurance company to make sure everyone's story is consistent. And what type of attorney, because like Kevin Hazen's a criminal defense attorney.
That's what she needs to retain.
Exactly. But I was going to ask him what type of attorney, because attorneys are very niche, if you will. You have family law, you got personal injury, you got medical mal, you got criminal, you got, white collar. You got what type of attorney has she or your brother and her retained? What type of attorney?
Well, it's got to be some sort of criminal law attorney. I don't know exactly what her niche is, but I know she's a lawyer and either a judge at the moment or used to be a judge.
Well, you can't be both. I mean, all judges are lawyers, but you can't practice law and be a judge at the same time.
That's true, Bubba.
Thank you. So anyway, listen, bud, here's the deal. Gather some more information and call us back when you have, because right now you don't have any information, and this is too early to tell as to what direction the state's taking. And when you know that information, call back when Dan or Jay are here, and we'll try to help you out. I don't know that we can give you. I don't know that we can give you the answers you guys are looking for, being this many states away and not privy to the file or what's really happening in South Carolina.
Average Joe Landscaping, $100 on sniping this call.
Last bit of advice is find an attorney that knows a state attorney that's prosecuting on a first-name basis.
Yes, find an attorney that just left the state attorney's office and is practicing privately now.
They're going to have the connections.
Hold on. That's all you got to remember. Out of everything we talked about in the 14 minutes that you blew, I need you to remember this one thing, just one thing and one thing only. Research within the attorneys in your community of an attorney that most recently left the state attorney's office and is now practicing privately. That will definitely help your chances.
All right. Sorry about the derailing, but thank you for the advice. And I just didn't have anywhere else that I could call where I could talk to
well,
someone.
There you go. Hopefully we helped you. Hopefully we helped you out, my friend. Whew. I feel like, Lemmy, we need to go to the University of South Florida and get on that magic mushroom research project.
Let's go.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Please no. So Jordan. Printouts. Watch you put that. Say 3 things. All right. Thank you.
Angeles, along with our contributor and retired FBI agent, Rich Frankel. So, Melissa, what's the latest on the search this hour?
Yeah, so Kira, at this point, of course, the search is underway for Nancy Guthrie. But look, investigators, what we're told, ABC News sources say that they're focusing on those ransom notes. In fact, the initial one, the first one, which gave those deadlines, including that deadline for 5 p.m. Today there in Arizona. And they're trying to see if this is legitimate. It has always been the focus on when the FBI was brought in.
No, I'm good, buddy.
The validity of notes. But specifically, something that ABC News sources told us today that we just learned from our team that's reporting on this. They say that the pair ransom notes, while they were sent to different media organizations and they were sent through different IP addresses, FBI investigators have been able to look and see that they're using the same, what they're calling onion routing. So they're basically saying that encrypted information or area that they got this info from was the same one, possibly linking them, saying that those notes are coming from that same person or persons involved with this. Of course, Kira, that is what is the very center of this case right now.
Well, you never know.
Investigators still have not confirmed the authenticity
You want to ask him what time it's going to be done?
I'm not sure it's already. We're trying to figure out that too.
Okay.
Here's a little bit of it.
Okay.
Let me make sure I get that Matt Heller air check.
Yep, audit.
I'm gonna do a big Gus.
Just do like one, like a double anywhere as things.
It's $178,000.
I'm sorry. It's boomer sizing.
Just like cameras around them the whole time. That's it. That's all you need.
Criminal energy. These people are saying James Pierce is going to get his charges dropped. They said he rammed into a cop car. That's crazy, Taxi. What's up, Dirt Merchant? What's up, Permagrom? That's crazy. Crazy, Taxi.
Be like a brick right here on us. Just jumping off the couch.
Is that it?
Handed wrong. Like a Lindsey Vaughn.
If you're looking for that non-offensive broadcast, you're in for a surprise. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I love the sponge.
It's not that kind of love sponge. Back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you live up in the Panama City area, or more importantly, Fort Walton Beach, it's tough to find a good tractor. I'm just telling you that right now. And it's just really tough. And you just, especially when you're running a dirt track like me, you got to have a tractor. Whether it's, moving piles of material, whether it's a 65 horsepower PTO that you're doing an implement on, but you got to have a good tractor. And that's where my boy Gus comes into play. Big Gus Tractor and Equipment. I think it's in Mary Esther, Lummy. And when I get up there on Wednesday, tomorrow, I'll be jumping on my brand new Gus. And I got the 5155 shuttle.
Ooh. What's the actual brand of that piece of equipment?
That's a Mahindra.
Mahindra? I like the red over the yellows.
I got the
red's cool.
That's what I got. That's what I'm putting my Lily tiller on, Lummy. Look at how beefy that is. I think it's 65 horsepower on the PTO. And if you need anything, tractor or implement or anything, you can always go to bigggustractor.com. Let me go back to the main page here. Let me see here. Big Gus Tractor, and they got whether you need tillers or you need a Mahindra or a Coyote or whatever. Mahindra tractors. Again, in Mary Esther, Florida, you can go to bigggustractor.com. Any type of additional equipment. Look at that bad boy. I think that's pulling. I don't know what the hell that's pulling, but it's pulling something. And Big Gus,
they got everything.
Yeah, that's that. See, if your track started to dry up and rubber up, you put that implement and dig it up and then re-water it.
So this is replacing stuff? Is this old stuff that you replace it with like really cool new stuff?
Well, you're always trying to put real cool new stuff into your track, which is new material. And then getting it to bond, you need things like this, like a...
No, I meant like hardware. I'm talking like, do you have something that you were using that sucks compared to this new thing?
Well, I mean, we've been through... We were using One-Eyed Billy's John Deere, but it broke because it has just so much time on it, but it was under warranty. And I'm just always trying to look for a good tractor because one of the main implements that I use is the Lily tiller, which basically tills up the ground. And you can use that on several different applications. One, if you're too dry, you wet it, till it, then that opens up the track and you can get water down into the track, which is essential. Or if you happen to be racing, Dan, and the track kind of starts hardening up a little bit, maybe starting to take on a little rubber, then you lay water down and you bring your tiller in, you break up all that rubber, and then you lay more water down. So, but that all starts and stops with having either a Coyote or a Mahindra beefy enough tractor to run one of these implements, you know. So you have to be 4-wheel drive. You got to have, on this particular one that I got, the 5150, has 55 horsepower to the PTO. It's got a front end bucket. It's got everything that I need. And I cannot thank Gus enough. Go to biggusstractors.com for anything you could potentially need tractor-wise, implement-wise. And Big Gus, thank you so much for your kindness, my friend. I appreciate you.
Cool looking.
biggusstractor.com. Let me Griffo, the boss up in they're looking at a June date, and I have to give it to all of us about going up there and doing a big ride for Big Gus's Harley Davidson dealership, which is Emerald Coast Harley.
Hell yeah, dude.
Let's do it.
And can you imagine Seth on a Harley?
Yeah, I can imagine Seth on a Harley.
I mean, I'm going to ride on the back of Gene. I'm going to put my arms around him. I'm going to be Sarah.
What if I wanted you?
Yeah, I'm going to be Sarah.
You're going to be Sarah?
Yeah, I'm going to be Sarah.
Seth, Sarah. You know, it kind of goes hand in hand, right?
A shirt that says I belong to him.
Right. Gene's old lady. Is that what I was going to say? Maybe Gene. Oh, no, hold on. In his circles, he's called Gator. So you could be Gator's old lady.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's Gator's bait.
As long as he doesn't turn around and find out it's me, and I would love to. I have soft hands.
He's going to be connected by a nipple ring with a chain to his belt.
And Justin Nunley's going to be there. They're bringing, I think, maybe with a Fox, syndicated Fox guy. I think they're working on trying to maybe get Kilomead or somebody like that.
Oh, nice. Is it the missing parts ride?
Yes. And what's the date on that, Lummy?
It looks like it is. It starts Friday, June 26th. It's for the weekend, Sunday, June 28th. So the 26th to the 28th.
Right, and we would be. They would provide. I would get a motorcycle because I have a motorcycle endorsement. I don't know, Dan. I don't think you have a motorcycle endorsement, do you?
I don't. I had a Harley back in the day before it was required. Back in the day, you just get a motorcycle license.
So you're looking at the weekend of Friday, June 26th.
Yes.
The ride's probably Saturday, June 27th. Shannon Burke's going to be there. Hopefully, we're going to be there. Whoever decides to go, we'll all get hotel rooms, and it'll be a good time to connect with our Fort Walton Beach people up there. And so,
how far away is Fort Walton Beach?
6 hours.
It's 6 hours.
You get an hour back, though.
Well, Dan, but last time we went up there, Dan hired a private plane to take me and Dan up there. So
was that in the good old days, or was that recently?
No, that was
pretty recent.
3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
His fellow plastic surgeon, Dr. David Halperin,
great guy,
who is the only plastic surgeon in town that Dan will recognize as a good plastic surgeon. Right? I mean, right, Dan?
Pretty much.
I mean, he's only. Here's the deal: if you needed plastic surgery, you would go to him.
Right now, yes, absolutely.
I'm just saying, you can't work on yourself.
No, to a point.
Well, I mean, let's say you had a major.
I've tried giving myself Botox, and it's not fun.
No,
it looks like something Britney Spears would do on a video.
But here's the deal, because you're anticipating the stick, right?
It's not that. It's the angle. It's the mirror. It's the whole thing. How deep I'm going.
How many units to put in?
No,
right?
I can do that part. That part I can titrate. The hard part's the angle and the how deep am I, and it's just.
Now, do you lay down or you stand up or
what?
Stand
up. Do it in the mirror like I'm shaving.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
So anyway, man,
it's not pretty.
it's looking like we're going to be up there on June 25, 6, and 7. I'll get a roster of people here that want to go, and it's what's it called, Lummy? The missing part.
Yes.
The missing part ride, and Nunley is the one that organized it last year. And hopefully we could get some social media rub from not only Sean that we had on yesterday, but start doing some stuff with Nunley too. That's how you do it in social media. You got to get with these big guys to get a little bit of a rub.
Got to get them to your track over there.
Yeah, I do. I got to get a Nunley versus what? No way guy.
Yeah, when are you gonna let a little guy get a rub off of you?
Nobody's asked to get rubbed.
A lot of people want to get rubbed.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
True. Look at Caitlin Lockerbie today.
He changed the subject. He doesn't want to rub anybody.
Can Seth and I maybe just ride it in our Vespas in the ride?
Well, no, I don't know I didn't know if the plane was out of play this time because I could throw down 50 and
I was just saying when we were in the charity ride, if you and I are in Vespas.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I thought you were going to ride Vespas down there.
Here's the thing.
Oh, God, no.
we might be able to put you on Vespas because I don't think it's going to be led by the police. It's going to be police, and we're going to go. So I don't think they ever get going more than like 35 or 40 miles an hour, and Vespas will go that fast.
Yeah, it's probably.
So I can put you and Seth. You guys could bring up the back.
I'll wear a helmet
and the Vespas.
That's right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But we could get there on the private jet, right?
I don't think there's going to be a private. I think Halperin sold his plane.
He has another plane, but he's waiting for his. I can't get into it.
Okay, all right.
He's about 30 days out from being able to fly.
Yeah, well, we're that's away from June. So,
I was looking to buy a Kona ice machine with the money that I've saved up, or a truck, but instead I'll put it towards a flying private. I can't be in a car for 6 hours, Bubba.
I know you can't.
It'll be the end of me.
It will be. Seth might or might not. Seth's a 50-50 on the deal as to whether he's going to make it.
Can I take like a Southwest there? Probably like $50 or something?
I don't even know.
Breeze goes there pretty cheap. It's $100.
Hold on. Breeze goes from where to where?
Tampa to Fort Walton or Pensacola.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
We could put Seth on a Breeze and pick him up.
Yes. And Breeze is nice.
You can almost be like, hold on, you could almost be like Dumb and Dumber where you pick him up on a Vespa.
They're perfect.
You could pick Seth up on a Vespa.
All right, I'm all for doing fun and games when it's fun and games time, but if I'm on my own time getting picked up from the airport, I would like something with some doors.
With a Vespa.
You don't want to be like Fine Young Cannibals?
We got Lummy picking you up. He's at gate 3 on a Vespa.
That's right.
Hope you packed light, buddy.
Yeah, that's fun if there's a car waiting for me around the corner, but I mean, good Lord.
All right.
Me a big Lummy riding in the emergency lane down the highway.
Emerald City, Harley Davidson. I'm sorry, Emerald Coast. Harley is Gus's bike shop, motorcycle place, and then Big Gus Tractor is his tractor place. I love Big Gus. He's taking great care of me. Thank you, Gus.
Would you do a side hack?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to Seth. Like, would you do you know what a side hack is with that sidecar to the side of the motorcycle?
Would I get in the sidecar?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's been one of my dreams also.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Dan.
Instead of riding bitch, just get in the side hack?
Yeah, because when we used to be a really Kid Rock fan, Joe C would ride in the sidecar, and I always imagined being in the sidecar with Kid Rock.
Seth, Dan,
fantasy.
That's a lot tougher than like those motorcycles have to be equipped. You just can't bolt them on.
No, I know they're made specially. I understand it's a special.
I don't know. And listen, here's the deal. I could get a hold of Big Gus and see if he's got a sidecar one, and if he did, I would put Seth in my sidecar.
I think the guy driving the sidecar has to have that experience too, though, because they ride differently.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you can only angle so much when you're taking a left.
I'm a very extensive motorcycle driver. I think I could handle.
Wait, I have to drive in the sidecar? I thought I just sit there.
You do. You just sit there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have a fake steering wheel.
Gus could probably rig up some kind of little.
No, I'm good.
Like the kids that go to the fair, and they're turning the hell out of the wheel.
Yeah, the teacups, right?
Exactly.
Spinning.
Yeah,
you need goggles though. You have to have goggles.
Finally, Lummy. This is what the ABC nightly news reported on the Guthrie deal. Then we can close it out. This
Don is tracking
This is the latest from last night at about 8 o'clock.
Latest out of Los Angeles, along with our contributor and retired FBI agent Rich Frankel. So, Melissa, what's the latest on the search this hour?
Yeah, so Kira, at this point, of course, the search is underway for Nancy Guthrie. But look, investigators, what we're told, ABC News sources say that they're focusing on those ransom notes. In fact, the initial one, the first one, which gave those deadlines, including that deadline for 5 p.m. Today there in Arizona time. They're trying to see if this is legitimate. It has always been the focus on when the FBI was brought in just to see the validity of notes. But specifically, something that ABC News sources told us today that we just just learned from our team that's reporting on this. They say that the pair of ransom notes, while they were sent to different media organizations and they were sent through different IP addresses, FBI investigated.
Now, I did get a personal text from somebody that knows a lot about Bitcoin and all this kind of deal, and he says you can swap Bitcoin to a private coin like Monero, and never be seen again. They cannot trace it any way, shape, or form. So, like, if you take that Bitcoin and would send it to this particular, was that Monero?
Yeah, they look like there's 3 of those type of coins out there.
Investigators have been able to look and see that they're using the same, what they're calling onion router. So they're basically saying that encrypted information or area that they got this info from was the same one, possibly linking them, saying that those notes are coming from that same person or persons involved with this. Of course, Kira, that is what is the very center of this case right now.
Well, Rich, investigators still have not confirmed the authenticity of this ransom note. So if the Guthrie family sends the $6 million in Bitcoin, how can they be certain that they're sending it to the kidnappers?
You can't. That's one of the big issues.
They can't, and that's the issue.
Oh, wow.
You guys get like a little
Frankel out, Sponjo in.
Talking points this morning.
Man, this guy, I mean, his teeth and his pockmarks.
Is that both letters were sent from the same onion.
Look at his teeth. Look at his bottom teeth.
Oh.
Ew. Does he brush? Does he chew?
It might be a Zen guy.
Support network that, where it was processed through to get to, law enforcement and the media. But that doesn't mean it came from legitimate hostage takers. It could just be people who are fraudulent and trying to make money through this abduction or missing person case. We just don't know yet.
So, Melissa, investigators have returned repeatedly now to Annie Guthrie's home, Savannah's sister. Do we have any idea what they're looking for?
Absolutely, Kira, right? This is the last place that Nancy Guthrie was seen and reported alive. So, of course, it's going to be a crucial part of the investigation. And so this is where investigators have also been able to revisit. In the beginning, we know from last week, Pima County Sheriff's Department on that Monday, that was just the day after, they had already seized that search and rescue efforts. And we had known that they had also taken off the crime scene tape from Nancy Guthrie's home. They have since changed that, and now, of course, FBI and all the investigators are involved.
Melissa, Don, Rich Frankel, thank you both.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Thank you for telling us absolutely nothing that Harvey didn't tell us, or the people before didn't tell us, or what Savannah Guthrie was pleading.
There's really nothing out there. If you think about what we've watched, nobody knows if the Bitcoin stuff's real or fake. Nobody knows if she was kidnapped or not. They're all speculating.
Nobody knows if it's a copycat Willie. Nobody knows if she's even alive. Nothing.
It's weird because I know that I think Kash Patel went there, and I know they were sending in some extra firepower, and I don't expect them to tell us if they have a clue or they know what's going on, but it just seems like there's been no updates of any direction at all.
These poor Patriots fans. I hope this guy owned this home. This is his home.
Yeah, he's got to.
Because he's and by the way, nice house with the gas log. Look how nice that gas log is. That is nice. Now look at this. That's the way I felt after the Bears recovered the onside kick.
Oh, wow.
I really did.
Yeah.
I really did. I'm like, how do you miss that, Romeo Dobbs? And then how do you let Caleb Williams just run like a deer to the sidelines, and one step before going out of bounds, he hucks it 62 yards on a rope, and there's a guy to catch it? How does that happen?
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Merch Crick, give me the nearest bar stool.
That's why I think this is kind of set up the way that they kind of took him and put him in the food after.
Because they took him to the food table,
yeah.
And then they had food ready to throw on top of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Seth? It was believable until the food fight.
Well, I mean, it's still. I mean, you're smashing a TV clip for the sake of content. I'll give you a view.
And here's the thing. That's probably a 70-inch TV, 65-inch TV. That's probably even today's standards where you can buy TVs pretty cheap. That's still probably a $800 TV.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's also weird that everybody around them is all recording everyone.
Yeah, I mean,
right as he scores a touchdown.
Yeah. And he's not fighting. He's just sitting there like a little bitch. He's the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that'd be on the back of a motorcycle. And lets a girl push him over and then does a WWE fall.
The punch after he threw the chair was really what I liked.
Yeah, and he punched it with like his forearm, Seth. So like when he punched it, he didn't punch it like straight on with your knuckles like you would. He punched it with a forearm gimmick, trying to, not get his knuckles cut up. So there's a chair. Now watch the punch. It comes in like a forearm. Yeah.
That still looks like he put the force behind it.
It did.
Why do people always want to? I know that was fake, but why? I see people legitimately break their TVs when something happens, either on a video game or real life sporting event.
They said it all. I mean, not that the first case of this happened, but there's rumor, an urban legend. Lummy may be able to look it up on Snopes or whatever, but supposedly back in the day when Elvis loved football, and he would have, in order to have multiple TVs back then, you had to have, remember, TVs were these big pieces of furniture.
They were heavy.
Like a Zenith.
Yeah, like a Zenith. And he would have like four or five of them. He'd put 3 down and then put 2 on top of it and then 1 on, like he'd have a pyramid. And with multiple TVs, that's what you had to do to watch, multiple games. And supposedly he took his .45 caliber out one time when his favorite team got beat and shot up all the TVs.
Oh, wow.
Now that's pimp. That's pimp.
That's pretty, yeah. That's
Lummy,
pretty
will you look that up and see if that's urban legend? Because I think I saw that in one of the...
Who was Elvis' favorite team? I mean, there was no Tennessee Titans back in the day.
I think it might have been the St. Louis...
Rams?
I think it might have been the St. Louis Rams or the Dallas Cowboys.
Cardinals. The St. Louis Cardinals?
The St. Louis Cardinals or the Dallas Cowboys or the Houston...
Houston, okay, yeah,
Houston
that's true.
Oilers.
Certainly wasn't Buffalo.
Well, there's one that it says that... the most famous incident was he was watching Robert Goulet on the Mike Douglas show.
Right. That's the, you know what?
And he didn't like the performance, so he pulled out his 357 and blew a hole in the TV.
And Dan, an old school 357, that's a big round.
Oh, that's a massive round. Even today, it's devastating. It's a 57 is way more powerful than a 9 or a 40. And even a 45.
I mean, I think it's
got more energy.
It's closer to. It's not, but it's closer to a Desert Eagle.
Well, Desert Eagle makes a 357 Magnum. They make a 44 Magnum, a 357 Magnum, and a 50 AE.
But I mean, what's the 50 AE?
It's a 50 caliber, it's like a Super 45. It's kind of like a 10 millimeter round.
Yeah.
There also is a TV graveyard in the backyard of Graceland with all the discarded, shot up TVs.
How many are there? Was there 5 or
there's a big pile of them.
There's supposedly he had a really bad temper, and when he didn't he had so much money. And that's back then when TVs back then were like...
They were an investment.
Like $700. Your mom and dad would have to work half the year to save up for a new TV. And Elvis would just pull out and shoot them.
He was even shooting ones in hotel rooms, too, it looks like. So he was doing it at all times.
Not get in trouble.
Think about... because he's Elvis.
Yeah.
And he'd usually rent the whole entire floor, Dan, so they didn't have to worry about it going through the wall and hitting anybody. If it just hit one of his guys, if anything. So it's been reported now that Big Pharma is going to start testing mushrooms for medical research, and they're using right in our very own backyard. The University of South Florida has been chosen to be the Mushroom Psychedelic Research Center.
Well, I mean, it grows. The one of the most common mushrooms grows in the cow pasture the poop of the cows.
Well, that's the ones. Those are the ones that really mess you up. Those
Right.
are the ones that people that are trying to trip on mushrooms get.
And they're so plentiful in Florida. I mean, they're illegal to harvest and to take, but they're everywhere.
Can you imagine if you're in the middle of a field and you're walking just looking for cow dump, big piles of cow poop, and you're picking out the vegetation that grows out of a pile of cow poop, and they can arrest you for that.
Like, but go one step further. That you
natural.
actually eat what's growing out of cow poop.
I
People
that.
eat that.
I understand that. I understand that, Dan. But I'm just saying, like, talk about something that's so natural and it's not like, you're buying cocoa leaves and then, cocaine is the furthest thing from the cocoa leaf. Whereas pot and marijuana is the most you literally all have to dry the bud, and that's all you got to do. Just dry it. I think with a mushroom that grows out of a cow patty, all you got to do is kind of probably just wash off the poop, and that's how you consume it, isn't it?
They can be consumed fresh or dried out.
Right.
Cooked or raw. Mixed or by themselves. They're as easy to take as anything.
But you don't have to add a bunch of chemicals to them or
Zero.
step on them. So, to me, if it grows naturally, it shouldn't be illegal.
And then we should also be eating baby turtles.
Why? What's baby turtles? Are they
nothing? It's just what I'm saying. That grows naturally. Certain things you shouldn't be allowed to eat.
I'm not.
Or touch.
Baby turtles are something of life. They have life. A mushroom doesn't have a life or a brain.
Do you think there's positive effects to the mushroom, Dan, or do you feel like because of where it comes from, it's just a fluke that people found out about these, and we should just leave them alone?
I think that there's positive effects from all kinds of nutraceuticals, including mushrooms. I also think there's potential toxicity from all kinds of nutraceuticals, including mushrooms. I think that, I've had dogs that'll eat, pig poop, but they won't eat mushrooms. So I'm not a huge mushroom fan, but I know that mushrooms have been used medicinally for centuries.
Since the Indians.
Yeah, for centuries in America as well as all through Europe and in the East. So mushrooms, and here's what's neat about mushrooms. Everything has its own unique mushroom. Like the mushrooms that grow out of a dead body for a dead human are different than the mushrooms that grow out of a dead dog.
Mushrooms grow out of dead bodies?
Oh, you're damn right. There's human mushrooms.
Oh man, I'm not getting cremated now. I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
that's
you have
super cool.
mushrooms growing out your body.
Yeah.
So hold on.
When you're rotten.
Where would the mushrooms on a dead body appear? Would that be like a body that's been left in a field, and then mushrooms, not one that's been taken to the morgue and preserved or anything like that. You're talking about a dead body that's been dumped and left for dead for however long. At what point, how many days does it take, Dan, for some mushrooms to start sprouting out of my ass?
Probably within 2 weeks.
And you got human mushrooms. Now have people that are looking to get real high, have they ever consumed human mushrooms?
Well, human mushrooms would give you a high, just like the mushrooms that grow out of a dog poop may not get you high. They're very specific.
But the cow poop ones get you high.
High as a mofo.
Well, new approach to treating depression.
$20.
Who, Lummy?
Greg DeLiflo.
$20. Slow day today. Very slow day today. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. At the Bubba Army. Slow.
Well, new approach to treating depression and PTSD is challenging.
Now, Dan, are all those white things mushroom spores?
They should look like baby mushrooms, yeah.
Traditional medicine.
New clinical trials are happening here in Tampa, and the therapies do not involve pharmaceutical drugs. 8 on your side, Jenna Bass, live this morning at USF with a look at how it works. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So once widely viewed as dangerous and downright illegal, psilocybin, commonly known as magic mushrooms, are now being studied in a controlled medical environment.
Lummy, I think that, Garen, the magic butter machine. Yes. I think he has switched gears a little bit. And, he's got the magic butter machine down. That thing runs itself. And he may have even sold the company. But I think he's really now trying to be early on the mushroom tip. I think he's on this kind of deal.
And that is happening right here behind me on campus at USF Health in Tampa. Now, researchers are running multiple clinical trials to examine whether
they're going to give to the football team right at halftime one game, and
the compound can help treat serious mental health conditions.
Yeah, they're going to spike the other team's Gatorade with mushrooms. They can't catch a pass. They don't know where they're at. Nothing.
Like they tried to do with vice principals, and then they ended up getting it on themselves.
Yeah.
Anxiety and PTSD. Doctors say that the focus is on what they call rapid relief, with some patients.
Hey, I'm all for rapid relief. True.
Reporting improvements after just a single monitored dose. But experts, of course, they're also warning that the psychedelics can carry significant risks without medical supervision, which is why researchers here stress that structured clinical trials and psychotherapy is what works best as they work towards potential FDA approval.
I bet you Mushroom Mitch could eat all those.
Because now, there's higher scrutiny on these particular substances.
Now, Dan, if you were a doctor overseeing this project, would the feds be in on it, like the DEA, or like really regulating what type of, how many you're producing, where's it going, the chain of command? You just can't be growing this stuff and not. I got to think that it's very heavily under lock and key, just due to if it got out to use recreationally. Because they're trying not to make this a recreational thing. They're trying to do this in the name of research. Correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a Schedule 1, which has no specific use right now. Just like doing research with LSD, it's one of those things that it's a super gray area. It's hard to get approval for it, and the stuff is under huge lock and key.
Right. So if you do get approval for it, if you are a recognized university or hospital or a medical facility or research department, they probably have huge checks and balances so that they know that 5 or 10 mushroom spores or stems didn't end up in Pedro's pocket when he was walking out, right?
Absolutely. And they do that for even stuff that's legal, like medical cocaine. There's medical cocaine.
Medical cocaine?
Yes, there is.
And making sure that
what's the application for that?
Fatigue? No, it's for it's like a liquid cocaine that we would use for nose jobs to put on Q-tips and put in the superior, middle, and inferior turbinates, and it would help stop the bleeding.
Have you ever heard of a inferior turbinate?
No, I have not.
Those are little scrolls. If you see a nose like cut off from the front, and you see those like little scrolls, it looks like the top of a Roman column. Those are your turbinates, and they humidify the air as you breathe in.
Benefits are really there. So if I'm hopeful, we'll see it within the next year or two.
Now, the National Institute for Mental Health estimates that about 21 million U.S. adults have experienced a major depressive episode in the past year, and nearly 20% of the population struggle with some kind of anxiety disorder. So some of the hope is that FDA approval for these therapies.
So, Dan, are they trying to maybe get mushrooms, which are a little bit more organic for your body, potentially, if you could find the right dosage and the right combination, to get people off anxiety medicine, get
them off of the antidepressants, the SSRIs,
get them off the Xannies, get them off get them off all that stuff, and get them on mushrooms.
Well, again, it's
Seth's going to be like, hey,
substituting one problem for another.
Seth's going to be like, hey, I got to go to the dispensary. I got two, the mushroom dispensary and the weed dispensary.
Well, I'm on all those medications, Dan mentions. Is this something that I should look into? Should I go?
You can, you want me to send you their info?
SSRIs are not a cure for depression. They mask some of the symptoms and help people kind of, get past it, but it's not the end-all, cure-all for depression.
There's no cure.
There could be a cure. Sometimes they say that electronic convulsive therapy, when they do the shock therapy, that actually cures
Seth, look at me.
Depression.
Don't do the shock.
No. That's
that scares me.
No, that's like what Jack Nicholson, what they did to him, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Don't do the shock.
They threatened a lobotomy on him.
Don't do the shock.
They did it to the chief or something?
Yeah,
Seth, just keep taking your pills. Do not do the shock, because it could shock you like silly.
All right, but Warren, Lummy is a big-time alumni. He could probably get me in this program.
I got all the information if you want me to. They're looking for people.
Yeah. I'm a person.
You are a person.
I'm a person, and I am
on mushrooms, man. You'd be cooler than hell.
I'll give it a whirl. Why not?
Could potentially snowball into new treatments for those patients that here need it the most. Now, news for us is that enrollment is open right now if you want to sign up to see if you can be treated with this type of thing.
Seth,
you have to.
It'd be great show content, too.
I'm trying to help my life here.
This could be a major deal.
Except that he's going to end up getting the placebo.
Therapy. We do have links that I'm going to post on our website where you can find more information. WFLA.
I mean, you already got. I heard you already had Seth signed up.
I already sent him over all the info. He's got an appointment tomorrow.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Wanted to be a bull. This is the closest I can get
to be a bull.
Oh, to be a bull. It's great to be a
But not only are you a bull, but you're a bull that might be helping society. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's the treatment that they give you that ends up being the breakthrough of the medical gimmick, and it could be the Seth Kushner fucking project. Just saying.
No, I'm down.
Greg D flipping that 20. Okay, dog. Stumpy 62, 70 months.
I'm going to text you a picture.
Okay.
That I need you to send me.
No problem.
It's a steps towing. Okay.
Lomi, they keep me there when I'm on the mushrooms, right? They don't send me out into the world, right? Don't they study me when I'm on the mushrooms?
I don't know. They may put you in a small dose and have you take just a small dose at night every day.
What if why do I need to be there in case I get scared? Don't you have to have a tripping partner?
A tripping partner.
That's someone supposed to watch you in case you freak out.
We'll send Mitch with you.
You said she signed. Why call?
Let me send that picture to me.
Got it.
And then make sure I get all those air checks. So far, horn blasters and Big Gus.
Yes. Horn blasters in your email. But are you okay with if I do a sports show after your podcast?
No, you're great, bud.
Okay. All right, I sent you the picture. I did. Wow. Probably not the best.
Do you send the Get a Box air checks to them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Actually, I just sent them their new one, and they just asked for the information to send over for this month. They're very happy. Uncle Rocky, good morning.
What's up, Gooch?
Hey, Gooch.
Gooch, you would hold me down if I started freaking out. slap me around, tell me it's going to be okay. No, I didn't see that, Rocky. I saw him say he was going to be the coach right after they won the Super Bowl. It's good stuff, man.
More money for it, stuff and goes deep.
You got the first pick, and you got a new coach, man. You're not going to get any more hope than that. What's up, Merchant? What's up, Mr. Costeca? What's up, Berto?
It's a good take. Mike, what do you think, Dr. Dan?
Which one?
What happened, Mike said?
Where is he?
Yeah, I saw that fight. I didn't send it because I thought we'd get copyright, but
on this NBA?
yeah.
Yeah, probably.
What's up, Amy?
That may have
I was just texting you.
What's up, Cal?
If you like the outdoors like we do, and if you have stackable toolboxes on your truck, job site, or on your utility vehicle, then you're going to need FUJ Outdoors LLC. FUJOutdoors.com offers you an array of covers for your stackable toolboxes to stop the elements from getting inside or breaking down one of your highest expenses of your company, and that, my friends, is your tools. You don't want a wet, muddy tool. It's like sand in your shorts at the beach, so cover them up. FUJOutdoors.com. Enter promo code BUBBA20 at checkout for 20% off your order. FUJOutdoors.com.
It's quite painful to listen.
Children love
Bubba the Love Sponge.
the perfect combination of entertainment and education.
Yes, it's quite painful to listen until the medication kicks in. Back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know. I got this text. I don't know if it was from Aaron from Average Joe or somebody was driving beside a Steps pickup truck yesterday. And the Merch Crick got a hold of Todd Steps. They became friends at the movie premiere. And Todd Steps is like, listen, the bumper stickers are great, and we're going to make sure that all 350 of our vehicles have a Bubba Army stickers on our Steps towing vehicles, including those that go to the NASCAR and IRL events. But let me remember those plastic ones that we had were more like a car emblem.
Yeah.
So she sent a bunch to them. And this is the first, well, maybe not the first sighting, but at least a sighting that somebody had my cell phone number that could text me this picture. Look how badass that is.
Nice.
Thank you, Todd, from Steps Towing. We appreciate you. And again, if you need a tow or anything tow related, they heavy transport, get pulled out of a ditch, car lock. Auto parts. They got, I think off of State Road 52, they got a big salvage yard up there.
Yeah.
So they got everything, whether your semi's in the ditch or you locked your keys in your car or a flatbed or just anything, or you need a part for your truck, get a hold of Steps Towing, 800-330-8651, or just go to stepstowing.com. And it'll direct you to what you could potentially need. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate you. I'm glad we're back with Steps Towing.
They got tow trucks that can tow their tow trucks.
Yeah,
They're
they do.
So big.
They got tow trucks that can tow their tow trucks. They got the big, like these big rotators, and like they got everything. If they can't pull you out, chances are you can't be pulled out. If they can't fix it, chances are it's not fixable. StepsTowing.com. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Hey, this is, my name's Pat. You can call me Penel's Pat. I'm a psychedelic therapist. I've been in the underground for about 10 plus years. Used to live down in Mexico, where essentially it's legal to use plant medicine. We call it plant medicine, code word for psychedelics. And it's very effective. I'm happy to answer a couple questions if you want. You guys, Dr. Dan, you're kind of on the right track, but it's not subliminal. It's not a microdosing what they're talking about. They're actually talking about a high dose, 3 to 5 grams.
I never said anything about microdosing.
I think you mentioned microdosing.
It could be a microdosing plan they had at USF, but I've also taught this to folks in the underground, and then one gentleman who's out of the psychedelic closet at the University of Washington in Seattle has run a clinical trial as well post COVID for first responders using psilocybin for trauma work.
Now, what is the most common use, not recreationally, but like for regular for medicine? What is the most common use for psychedelic mushrooms?
Just kind of like what they were talking about: depression, anxiety, kind of your standard mental health. I've been a psychotherapist for 15 years. Got my degree in master's in counseling psychology and was an above ground clinician in San Francisco in the Bay Area when I did this underground training for psychedelic work. So it's great for anything working in the personality disorders. It also is great for anything existential crises, like what's life all about? They also, I don't know if you guys have heard of Michael Pollan, who wrote the book How to Change Your Mind about 7 or 8 years ago. And his initial discovery was NYU was doing clinical trials for end-of-life cancer, stage 4 cancer victims. And again, this was nothing to do with curing the cancer. It was actually to do with the anxiety around their impending death.
Now, do you foresee as they get further down the road and start studying this and learning how to regulate it, or micro versus macro dosing, the what type of mushroom at what dose will do what? Can you? I know there are a couple states that do allow mushrooms. I don't know if it's recreationally or for medicine, but can you see?
Great question.
Is that where we're headed?
Yeah. Yes. However, it's going to probably go state to state, where you have some states, blue states, your Colorado and your Oregon it's legalized, but it's decriminalized, right? So it's actually, they're not selling it, but you can't get arrested for having it. It's a big difference. In our community, some people want it to go fully legal, but as we've seen with the cannabis industry, it's great till it's not great anymore. And then big business just comes in and sucks it up. The issue with psychedelics, because it's not really a recreational possibility, if you will, it does need to be monitored either with a professional guide or some oversight, and it's just much more powerful. That then you're getting into this kind of like, well, can we actually patent, something that comes from the earth, and then we can't just make it recreationally? They went through the clinical trials and got to stage. You could watch it last summer. They had these hearings, and it was on YouTube and stuff. And it's quite interesting because it's getting into the dilemma of these making them recreational, but it gets into actual psychotherapy and the both positive and sometimes negative effects when people are holding space for other people. But
at the stage that USF is doing it, is that big pharma that's trying to get ahead of this and wrap their head around what this does for you, or is this is this? It seemed like this was big pharma that's doing this.
Another great question. That's why I was listening to your show and wanted to really hear where's the money coming from. And I don't think it's necessarily big pharma, but you do have other big companies. Compass is one company that is in the psychedelic space, that is a commercial company that is trying to come up with synthetic psilocybin. And they actually do have synthetic psilocybin. In fact, that's what I use personally, dried mushrooms. In fact, I put them in chocolates to preserve them. In these clinical trials, they'll actually use the synthetic variety, but they're now trying to get into can you actually patent that or not?
Wouldn't adding the synthetic aspect to it kind of make it a little bit more egregious than harvesting it natural? I think in my opinion, you might be able to get further with municipalities and states and governments, that if you are playing one of the things that marijuana's biggest argument was, it's natural. There's nothing you have to do to it in order to consume it, other than dry it. So I'm like, when you start getting into synthetic stuff, like the spice and the kratom.
I don't think he's taking it like that, Bubba. I think he's talking about making it less of like a nugget of pot and more like a pill. You know, come on, more like refining it, making it easier to take, and not necessarily changing the actual chemical.
Okay.
You know, like they don't scrape mold for penicillin anymore. I mean, penicillin's a naturally occurring substance. It grows in a certain type of bread mold, but they figured out a better way to make it than just scraping it out of cow poop.
Right. The issue coming down with the synthetic side, it actually, some argue that you're not getting the full spectrum of organic matter, so it actually might not be giving you the full effect.
Well, I do have a guy named Mitch who listens to the show, and we call him Mushroom Mitch because he always has the best mushrooms. And he said synthetic mushrooms they're garbage, and they make you feel unnatural.
Yeah.
Natural is the only way to go. That's what Mushroom Mitch says, and he consumes a lot of this stuff.
I would agree. I've sat for hundreds of people over the last 10 plus years, and we always use the organic.
Now, when you say that you're a clinical therapist with regards to mushrooms, does that mean that you can prescribe mushrooms, or does that mean you're just studying them?
So I am what we call an underground therapist. I'm doing this on the underground, meaning don't screen this call and have someone coming after me. I'm not, kidding aside, I'm not worried about that, because what I do work for good. And if ever became a court issue, they throw these things out. This is what happened with the cannabis field when it started becoming more and more out, quote unquote, out. So I'm not specifically worried. But coming back to how I practice, I get people that get referred to me through sometimes above ground clinicians or whoever. And then we call it a medicine journey. So it's about 20 hours of work in total, with only about 7 to 8 hours being the journey day. We do what's called preparation meetings beforehand, at least 2 to 3 non-medicinal, up to about 2 hours, where you work on what's called your intentions, or why you're doing this.
I want to get.
It was Timothy Leary.
I could never sit down for 3 or 4 hours. If I wanted to recreationally get high and have to talk about it. I just want to get recreationally high.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So, Bubba, I've been listening to you for about a year and a half now, which, number one, I love your show. I'm more of a centrist and coming from a liberal state. I'm more progressive and liberal, but I love that you bring a very centrist perspective to a lot of things, whether it's vaccines, this type of stuff, psychedelics. So, number one, I want to appreciate that, too. It's interesting you say that. A lot of people do think they'll get freaked out because they've done psychedelics recreationally, meaning out and about with friends, festivals, in nature. It's not that that's a bad way. In fact, I've done it many, many, many times and still do recreationally. But if you actually go inward, meaning you put an eye shade on in a very safe place, set and setting is what we call set is your mindset, setting is the area. And you put an eye shade on, lay down, and you go inward, you're actually maximizing the potential of this medicine, as opposed to, now again, it's not wasted when you're out and about, but you're not concentrating on what you want to look on in your life.
He's saying get in a dark room and put on a Pink Floyd album and trip your balls off, is what he's saying.
Well, Terrence McKenna, who is one of our psychedelic royalties, he's passed away since, but he's kind of like the second generation past Timothy Leary. He said, take 5 grams, go in a dark room, go. Don't worry about a playlist.
I've done them recreationally a couple times, and every one of them were pretty good. I mean, it was pretty cool, except one of them I kind of overdid it. I should have listened to Mitch Lummy, and I didn't. I decided to go Bubba style
and double a triple it,
and it got so bad that I couldn't walk up the stairs from here. I literally could not walk up the stairs. I was like melting into the stairs, and I got halfway up, and I decided just to go back down and lay down on the couch.
So much more comfortable.
In our field, they say there's no bad trips, there's just bad dosage.
There you go, I like that.
Sometimes it's kind of like weed, it's like cannabis. Sometimes if we just have too much, what's happening is our receptors we become way more open, but that's the problem. If we're in a recreational setting, other people just trigger us because we see our own stuff in them. It's like getting too high on weed and you just get kind of paranoid.
Well, we're gonna sign Seth up for this USF study, and
Well,
see if it.
If he doesn't get in there, have him contact me. I'll give him a pro bono sitting.
Oh, and here
Ooh,
for
nice, dude.
Yeah,
you should do that
Seth.
anyway.
Seth, you should do that anyway.
I'm not kidding.
This guy sounds like he
But the problem,
safely
Seth-
guides you through your journey.
Yeah.
Because you just need a tour guide, Seth.
Because Mushroom Mitchell, I mean, he just hands you some stuff and you're supposed to take it. But this guy here, like, really
Mitch cares.
But this guy here is like studied it for years and may have way more credentials. I think Mitch has got some street level credentials. I think this guy's got maybe some more, more professor like credentials.
And you'll wake up next to him spooning.
That's the only way I want it.
Sir, can I go ahead? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, last thing I would say, so Seth, you said, I think sounds like you're on SSRIs. One of the interesting kind of caveats or filters is when people are on heavy doses of SSRIs, it can mute the effect of the psychedelics. And in fact, psilocybin, I also work with MDMA. Those are the two main ones that most clinicians who are one-to-one use those two. Some do, whether it's ayahuasca or peyote, that's usually groups, and you have an indigenous person as your also like co-facilitator. But coming back to the SSRIs, I either have people go on a med management and a reduction, and you want to either be off those, and then it's usually a good excuse or reason then to stay off. I've had many clients who during the session or after the session, they're like, oh my God, why have I been on these SSRIs for so long? Because Dr. Dan is totally right. They don't solve your problems, they mask. And in fact, a great way to think of it.
Are you saying that, let's say Seth was able to find the right combination through you or through USF, he could completely get off the SSRI medication and substitute it for what you guys are giving him. It's more natural, and it could potentially cure or help him cure more so than mask.
And so it's not curing, but you're on the right track. It's actually exposing and looking at our deepest self, because we all go through a certain amount of, quote, trauma or lowercase t trauma, which is just adverse childhood experiences, right, where we weren't treated necessarily right or wrong or whatever. So it can look at that. So it doesn't really solve our problems. It actually just exposes them to see what we're dealing with. Some people, they can go back on the SSRIs if they feel they need to, but SSRIs are really better for crisis and during times of life when it's needed, not as a long-term crutch. But tell that to the pharmaceuticals because they don't want to hear that. So again, we come back to who's funding this particular one, and or will this ever become not scheduled? Maybe not, because there's pushback. However, with use for trauma and the Pentagon for war vets, they're seeing the price tag for not getting help for these service folks, and that's bigger than what maybe pharma is saying, hey, don't let this go legal. So there's like a big kind of price points happening.
I think as soon as you walk into the VA hospital, they ought to hand you a handful of mushrooms and say, come back and see us next week. Tell us how you're feeling, buddy.
And he did strike on something. He did strike on something important, and that is that SSRIs are great for an acute phase when you're in a crisis, but not necessarily for the next 6 years straight.
Right.
Right. But then they don't tell you that once they do the refill, right? The prescription, it keeps coming back. No, just fill it out, thumbs up, and it just keeps going. And then people are kind of muted. It takes that high register of your emotions and that low register. So you're kind of almost, and not forever. Everyone has different dosages and stuff. And so, Seth, I'm not saying you're a robot, but I am saying that maybe you might feel some kind of different highs and lows of life. And so there's no guarantee. But
Seth just told me he's all about the highs and lows of life. Sign him up immediately.
Yeah, because he's the one to go through life with the gutter.
Seth said that's been his mantra for a long time. So let me put you. Hold on, sir.
I just don't know what the highs and what the lows are.
All right, but you're going to find him through this guy.
I hope so.
This underground mushroom doctor.
He's going to tell me if this is a high or a low right here.
So listen, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to get your information. We'd like to stay in touch with you.
Please do.
All right, bud.
Perfect.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
They're like the gutter ball guards to keep your ball off the gutter in bowling.
You mean the bumpers?
The bumpers, yeah. The little guards to prevent them from going to the sides.
I mean, it would be cool if a person that's on SSRIs and you could substitute that for something a little more organic like this, and it be as good, if not better, than the SSRIs. I mean, wouldn't that be a win-win?
Well, again, it's like SSRI is like a narcotic. You know, it helps with the pain, but it's not giving a cure for the source of the pain.
It's like people that do medical marijuana and well, you know what? My mother is a prime example. My mom, Jeannie Cakes. She used to have to get Versed injections into her back, and she was taking some opiate-based pain pills and things like that. And Tara and Tarek got her to get her medical marijuana card. And she goes down to the dispensary, and she's like has hardly any tolerance. So she gets like these 5 milligram breath mints. They're 5 milligrams. And she, in the morning, takes one of those. And for like the last 2.5 to 3 years, she has not taken a pain pill in over 3 years.
It helps. There's no, marijuana absolutely lessens your need for narcotics in the post-operative period.
And so what she was using these opioid-based, to mask her back pain, she now does, and there's no shame in her game. She does these 5 milligram little. They're not gummies. They're more like a breath mint. And I took one. They really didn't do much for me because I got probably a little bit better of a tolerance than her. But she swears by them, and she hasn't had her pain. She let her opiate-based pain medication expire. Like she doesn't even get it refilled.
And that's amazing. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of the, people her age, when they were vilifying marijuana 30, 40 years ago.
Oh, she was the first one to be like, oh my God, that guy, his son smokes pot.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God, what a bad, I just cannot believe that. Like my mom was the most judgy, people that consumed marijuana either, medically or recreationally. My mom was the most judgy, the first person to talk down and think down of a person, whether you used marijuana for medicinal purposes or recreational. My mom was the most judgy person there ever was. Now she's doing 5 milligrams a day, but hasn't taken a pain pill in 3 years.
You think she's ready to step it up with a sumo gummy?
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah, I think he's in St. Pete.
Okay.
Lummy, is he in St. Pete?
Oh, okay.
Who? That guy that just called?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
St. Pete. Oh, St. Pete.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
St. Pete's even better, Seth.
No,
You not go do the USF thing? You go straight to him?
I go straight to him.
I don't have to travel.
USF
Nothing to go to
thing's
USF
But
St. Pete.
what if you get the placebo? Because if they're doing an experiment, half the people get placebo. Or
Yeah, fuck that. And Seth would be, he'd
Go crazy. You should throw it up every day.
This guy ain't giving Seth no placebo.
No, he's not.
But tell you, wait, can't you go to the USF thing? Just don't take what they give you and take that guy. So then, if something happens, you got
I wouldn't mix them. I would do A or B. I would.
How many trials you want me on, Lummy? What the fuck, dude?
I was saying about the law.
Jeez Louise, man. I'm on 9 clinical trials for the same thing right now. Yeah, let me go see that guy. Let me do some fucking mushrooms and host the show.
Yeah, let it rip, say it.
Let it rip, cuzzo.
Wouldn't it be cool if the guy could get you dialed the fuck in and you didn't have to fucking take any other bullshit anymore?
I mean, I'm not. I understand, the side effects and all that stuff, but this medicine's helped me a great amount.
Yeah.
I was on the wrong medication for a big part of my life. Had me on lithium and all kinds of fucking shit that I wasn't supposed to be on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I finally found something that works. So
So you finally got kind of dialed in.
Yeah, there'll be things that I have anxiety, but it's not like I don't just get anxiety out of nowhere. Like I'll be able to know it's for a reason. Before I would just, wake up feeling anxious. Dude, another 49ers player was shot.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah, their first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, got shot last year.
I remember that.
Yeah, and now another guy got shot in San Fran, one of their players. What the fuck? And the 49ers already have a historic amount of injuries. This team's cursed.
So one of their dudes got shot?
Yeah, outside of a nightclub.
At least
Probably
he
is
himself
Greg.
like that Nets guy did.
It helps, though.
Shot himself?
Another football player. You're thinking of the guy from the Giants, Plaxico Burress.
Oh, was it that who did it?
Yeah.
Who shot himself? Yeah, he went to jail, too. Motherfucker shot himself and had to go to jail.
Unlawful ownership of whatever happened.
Discharge of like a gun or something?
In New York.
Let's do some shrooms and operate heavy machinery.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Heavy machinery will kill you.
And no, what kills you makes you stronger.
You tip over an excavator or fucking...
Oh, please, dude. I'm not you on a water truck. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I should have said that. I'm sorry.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
So I have a little bit of dilemma here. Alex Stein has been filling in for, I think, KBAP, in Dallas. It's a conservative talk show. It's a conservative radio station.
Yeah.
And he's been filling in, I think, like the 10 to noon slot.
Filling in? Why don't they give him a show?
Well, I think this is his fourth. They put it in the trade, Seth, and and they've auditioned a couple of people, and I think they like Alex the best. This is traditional terrestrial radio.
Oh, man.
And so this is his fourth. They loved. You know what? I should probably let him tell the story. They loved him, and they were ready to hire him, but there's some politics behind it, because the station that he's auditioning for is the sister station of like KFan or The Ticket, or there's two major stations that cover sports in Dallas, and Alex is friends and calls in on this one station that happens to be the competition, like it's iHeart. And I think he's auditioning for an Odyssey or
Cumulus. I think.
A Cumulus. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, Seth? So
yeah.
So the guys, everybody in the building that he's been auditioning, they don't like him because he has a reputation of calling their competition. And so
there's a lot of reasons not to like Alex, but I mean, calling the competition and promoting himself, I don't think is one of them.
Well,
shouldn't be.
He wants me to go on at like 10:15, and I'm like, I'm going to be doing my podcast then.
Bubba calling. Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Are you on the air?
Yeah, we're live on the air. I was trying
Are you
to.
going to call in? Everybody needs to listen to WBAP. What's up?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Slow down. I've already laid the groundwork as to what you're doing. I just was trying to lay the groundwork as to why they haven't already announced you is because you got a little you brought a little heat into the building that you weren't anticipating until you got into the building.
I don't think so. I'm with my program director right now. We're going over the show rundown right now. Bruce, he's a great guy. So he's on my side, though. He likes me.
I hope Bruce can recognize how good of a talent and how good of a brand you are and how good you would be for middays.
Hey, Bubba, I'm an old J-Core guy, too. I worked at 700 WLW for years.
Oh, well, then just hold on. Just out of respect to the radio god that you and I worship at night, Randy Michaels, you got to give the guy a job. Right. Come on now.
There you go. See, Bubba? See?
I mean,
the
Gabe Hobbs, the Mark Chases, what was the slick guy? Bobby, his dad owned Taft for the longest time. He was
Lawrence.
Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby Lawrence, the smooth criminal. You got to give Alex the job.
Yeah. I think the world of him. We're trying to get there. We're trying to get there, Bubba. But I just got to be good on the air. So. Call in during the second segment today.
All right, so you're going to have to just text me a number to call because you're having your producer call my cell phone won't be nearly the quality as running it through the board like this right here. How good this would sound.
Okay. I'll text you the exact number to call, and we'll put you on the call screen.
And for my fellow J-Corps brethren, you don't meet a lot of them, man. There's not a lot of us left, my friend.
Well, I hope that he freaking gives me the job. The guy's been good to me. No, Bruce is really good to me. Bruce isn't the guy that I got to impress. I got to impress the regional director.
Who's the regional guy?
Dan Bennett. I don't know him very well, but he's a really respected guy.
I think Dan Bennett's an old CBS guy.
Yeah, I mean he's worked at a lot of places, but now this is Cumulus's biggest market. I didn't realize Dallas was their biggest market, even though they're based in Atlanta. I had no idea.
Oh, Mike McVeigh. Yeah,
I don't know. Bruce is out of the room right now, but it's just me.
I was throwing some names that would have helped you with Bruce right now. Mike McVeigh.
Well, I hope so. Bruce likes me. Bruce actually likes me. He's on my side.
Dan Benning's guy.
Play that J-Corps card. Play that J-Corps card.
All right, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it like a race card. I mean, I'm going to do whatever I can. But like I said, I got Bruce on my side. I just need to make the.
What do you got chalked up for today? What do you got chalked up for today's show? Obviously, Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny. I got Savannah Guthrie, but I got the English version of Bad Bunny, so people know what the real words are.
Well, hold on. That is a little bit misleading because supposedly that is how the songs are written, but that's not how they were performed. And that NBC actually scrubbed what was aired, and the dirty versions weren't aired.
Yeah, but it's a white guy. He's not even cussing in the song. He's just talking about women like they're disposable. It's not that great of a song. But this is why I'm frustrated. Nobody could understand one word of Bad Bunny. And everybody's saying, oh, they want to appeal to new fans. Why not make the current 150 million fans happy? You're just going to disregard 150 million fans to make 10 million new Fairweather fans happy?
That's been my argument as well. I'm on the same page as you with regards to that.
And I have a Spanish connection that said that they didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that's what I heard, too.
Yeah, a lot of Spanish people couldn't understand him.
Yeah, I liked the big booty Latinas dancing. That was the only enjoyable part of it. But then all of a sudden they cut to two guys humping on a truck. I mean, I thought that was.
Well,
that was a tough. Yeah, that was a tough, quick move. They really snuck in there, but I did see it. Yeah,
you got to take care of the gay. There's a large gay contingency that
But they did with Ricky Martin. I thought.
Yeah,
that's a gay contingency.
You might as well double. If you can double gay, you should. I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right. I thought Ricky was enough, but all right. Well, I'll talk to you shortly. I'm getting the rundown for the show.
Just send me a call-in number.
I got you. No problem. Yes, sir. All right, guys. Y'all have a good morning. Thank you, Bubba. And I could tell Bruce was impressed. I could tell. I could tell because the guy hardly smiles. That's probably the first time.
Well, and I mean, I hate to blow my own horn, but I mean, I'm an old J-Corps vet, and there's not a lot of those left.
Why don't you send him some Bubba Army Alpha and some gold shoes?
Then a knife.
Oh my gosh, Bubba, send me some shoes. He would love those shoes.
Well, if you give me his shirt size, I'll have Erica send you a little Bruce Care package, and you roll in with that.
Oh, that would be big time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll talk to you shortly.
All right.
Thank you, fellas.
All right.
Good morning.
All right.
How are you going to do that?
What do you mean?
Are you going to pause the podcast, or?
I'm just going to have to tell the dude, hey, listen, dude, I got to do a call in. I got to do a call in for this Dallas show. You can sit over there and watch if you like. Watch a real pro,
Alex Stein doing radio, I would have never thought.
He was doing over the nights for a little bit for the last week or so, or a couple weeks.
Yeah, so Seth, he talked to me about it, and he asked me, what my opinion was, and I'm
Smart.
like, and I said, well, I mean, if you use and help me out, Seth, if you agree with my reasoning, I said, if they don't, really try to structure you, and you can do, what you want to do, obviously you're going to have a real strict clock that you're going to have to stand by. But I said, if you can use this show to promote your other stuff, it's a win-win, because now you're touching people of Dallas that probably aren't familiar with your social media or you as a streamer or a content provider. But if they quell that, and it's just all, WBAB or WBAP or whatever, and you cannot talk about any of your platforms, then I don't know how advantageous it would be. It'd be actually taking away from.
Well, I mean, it'd be a full-time job, right? That he'd be getting paid for.
Yeah.
I mean, then if he can't promote his YouTube, I mean, that's if his YouTube's paying the bills, then he doesn't need the radio job. But if he's looking to get the radio job, but he's not able to promote his social media,
I'm trying to get him both.
It's like terrestrial plus, or he's terrestrial only right now.
Well, right now he's plus. He does things. But this would be adding to, much like what we do. We have 4 terrestrial affiliates that we. But I don't think it would be structured the same way. Meaning, I don't think he would run his digital presence in conjunction with his terrestrial presence. Like we run them. What do they call that legally? Concurrent. Like when a judge sentences you to 2 sentences, but he runs them concurrent, then they run on top of each other. That's kind of what we do with our digital. Our digital streaming and terrestrial are all concurrent, whereas a lot of people that do both will have to do them individually. And so I don't know. I think that
because they don't own their content.
Because they don't own their own
station
content.
owns the content, then they got to make their own podcast afterwards.
So can you help him negotiate that? I mean, it's so smart of him to ask you that.
No, there's nobody there's no radio companies that are even open-minded to that.
Really?
Yeah, unless you're an established person like me that's been doing it. I'm pretty much the innovator of that.
Yeah, you taught Howard Stern that.
In fact, when I went to Sirius XM and they said, how much are you going to have to pay Clear Channel for your archives? I'm like, I own my archives. And they had to write a $4 million check to CBS in order to get Howard's archives. So I've owned my stuff since 94. And, one of the very first people to do that. So I don't know that BAP is going to allow what he puts on their airwaves to be his.
Listen, I mean, you make your money through YouTube. I mean, Stein would be making his money through doing the radio, and he's built up his YouTube just from the bits that he's done as far as going viral and everything like that. So I'm sure that, he'll have more. I'm sure he'll have more of those viral moments if he's on the radio and he's having to come up with new content every single day like he was for a show.
What I told him what he should do. And I said, you should go right now, the Dallas mayor doesn't take you, he takes you for granted because you're not a force to be reckoned with in his market. You're global when you stream and do Seth, how he targets the Dallas mayor for cheating on his wife. And and he gets kicked out of the meetings immediately.
Yes.
Well, now he would be the midday guy on arguably the most listened to conservative talk show in Dallas. That's real currency for a politician in Dallas. So I said, you should turn this negative into a positive and have a private meeting with him and say, listen, I'm now the midday guy on KBAP, and I would like to have you on as a reoccurring guest. And in doing so, I am pro you. Any type of agenda that you have for the city or any of what you're going through, you can always distribute it through me. I will never attend another meeting to be disruptive. And so if he has the mayor in his back pocket, Seth, he could really, I mean, that would be a huge score. And the mayor
But is that like the Coyote and the Roadrunner running, like riding a motorcycle together?
Well, no, it's here's the deal. He had heat with the mayor when he wasn't on a terrestrial platform in Dallas. And so the amount of people in Dallas that really saw him dog the mayor is probably not nearly as huge as if he was on a terrestrial radio station in Dallas getting along with the mayor. And so if he made a mayor his ally, and the mayor called in, how cool would, I mean,
Why don't you make our mayor an ally?
Jane Castor?
Now we're just talking stupid.
Well, because
what's all this advice you're giving him? I mean, let's take
about
the
as much
advice.
luck as you would.
I haven't had an ally in City Hall since the great
Greco?
Yes, Dick Greco.
Oh, so-
Dick Greco was my guy. Dick Greco
He's a great
was
guy.
my guy. But Bob Buckhorn's an idiot. We know what he's done to both of our families.
He'll be back in soon.
And Jane Castor's an idiot.
There was one in between too who was not as bad.
No,
She was the one with Pam Iorio.
Pam Iorio.
Pam Iorio, yeah,
I had no problems with her.
Right? Pam was good.
I didn't have a problem with Pam. Pam came on the show a few times and talked about different things. But you're right, Seth. He can kind of live both worlds. He can go do his streaming world after his KBAP midday deal, but he could really do well because he's a radio guy, meaning he's listened to enough radio. He grew up listening to Stern. He's listened to us. He obviously is listened to Phil Hendry, so he could, and he has the it factor and the argumentative factor in the interview. He's got the skill set to do it. Now, whether they allow him to do it or not is yet to be determined, but this is his fourth time he's filling in as they're trying to find a full-time host. I would think that he's right now the odds-on favorite, but I told him,
He has been doing nights though when he was doing it.
Yeah, I told him, reach out to the mayor, tell the mayor, I know this sounds absolutely insane, but I want to be your friend, because now I am the new midday guy for the conservative talk show, station in town. And Jay, the mayor, could look at that and be like, that's a good tool for me to have in order to be able to spread my agenda or like that. And Alex B, pro him, and he's an ongoing guest on Alex's show.
Is it a liberal mayor?
No, it's a Republican mayor.
That's brilliant.
African American
Republican
mayor.
He flipped to being a Republican.
Yeah, he was a Democrat and he flipped.
Perfect.
And he's an African American Republican mayor that Alex has been very hard on. And this guy could be like, hey, listen, I have an enemy. I mean, Alex has gone, Jay, to the city council.
I've watched almost every one of them. They're hilarious.
Hey, Mayor, are you going to talk about that chick that you were cheating with your wife on? And are you how do you feel like if I was dating your baby mama and picking up your kids? Like he's been hard.
Mm-hmm.
So the mayor could say, hey, listen, I got my hugest adversary, who's now reaching out and giving me, real estate on his show to spread my political, agenda, and he has promised to never screw with me again. I think you could get that done, or he could get that done. And now if you got the mayor in your back pocket, anything that happens in the city, you were like, Alex Stein's show, hey, let's call up the mayor, see what the hell he thinks about this. Boom, 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 boom. Mayor, Alex. Hey, Alex. Man, what's going on with the main water break on, whatever's going on in the city? When you got the mayor in your back pocket and you got him on speed dial, and that's good for your show.
What happens if the mayor tells him to kick rocks? Does he just completely bury him?
No, then he said then he doesn't bury him. He instead talks good about him anytime he can, and he sends that air check to the mayor and just said, even though you don't really care for me, I'm still backing you. And you kill him with kindness.
So not the people's hammer like you?
Well, I mean, if you could potentially be the people's hammer.
I mean,
but
that's always worked.
He can't hammer him anymore. He can't hammer this guy down. This guy's so hammered.
I understand that you're beating a dead horse.
That now you almost got to reverse engineer it and
take your foot off the throat.
Yes, you almost got to reverse engineer it. And the mayor may be thinking, hey, listen, I got a guy. And if not, Alex says, hey, I'm just going to show up at the meetings and continue to do what I do.
That's what I was going to say. Well, let me brings up a good point, which is a distinct possibility. He says, no way, pound sand. But then you do what? Just go harder?
Yeah. Well, then you say, okay, I'll be at the next meeting. And I'm going to open the meeting by saying, Your Honor, I'd like to open up the council meeting here with all you people to let you know that I tried
to make peace.
But you can also promote your midday show. I'm now the new current midday guy on KBAP.
That's WBAP, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, WBAP. And I have offered the mayor unabated access to my show to spread all good things Dallas, and he refused. So you turn it around on him.
I don't know if you want the city calling the radio company, though, saying your guy's coming down here again. It's getting a little out of control here.
Great point.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I mean, going there and doing that for a radio station, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, that could be. Who knows who's connected with the radio people? Who knows?
How you doing, Dale?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for that text.
Huh?
Thank you for the text. Appreciate it. How's Bella? Is she okay? She gonna get a concealed weapons permit? What's she gonna do? I would if I were Steve. Make sure she does.
She doesn't need a concealed weapons permit. It's Florida, constitutional carry.
Because you learn how to not shoot yourself in the face 100 times.
She should learn how to shoot.
And you learn how to be a responsible weapons holder, and police respect it.
And you learn how to assess a situation.
They tell you all that. It's a very important thing to do, especially for a young woman who just had because you don't just put a fucking hand cannon in her hand. She's smart. She's a lawyer almost. Rob could get you done in a couple of hours one day. I did like a fucking, what's the Deer Club over by, Bill Jackson's, those guys. I did the whole day thing with the old timers. It was awesome. But it was 6 hours or 8 hours. Rob Elder can get it over, I think, if you get it 2 hours with just one-on-one training.
Shooter's World.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not real training, it's instruction.
Well,
one's training, one's instruction.
I learned how to hold a gun properly. I had a gun for 20 years, and I didn't realize that when you pull a revolver, it should be open with your fingers on the frame.
That's one guy. That's one guy saying that.
That's the proper way. When you hand a gun with a magazine, the magazine should be out, and the gun should be open so that you can see it. You should never hand a gun to anyone that doesn't have it like that. And anyone who does doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
I think that's a good policy, but it's not observed.
I bet you learn it in every single class.
What's that?
When you hand a gun to somebody, you take the magazine out and open it up and make sure there's no chamber and leave it locked open before you hand it to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And with the revolver, you open the revolver up, you make sure that there's no bullets in the revolver, and you hold it. You give it to him by the frame.
Well, you could. With a revolver, you could just give it to him wide open.
That's what I'm saying. With it open, exactly. With it open,
you got to take the bullets out.
You can't, right? Exactly. But you can. You should.
You hand it to him open.
100%.
Yeah.
And when you see rookie cops or people who are walking around with their fingers on the trigger.
You got some? Are you stalking?
Oh no! I was saying it's whenever you get a chance to check something.
If I was in a house,
just to confirm.
don't shoot towards my kid's room. They have these videos.
They don't teach you that in most gun classes.
I know, but I went to a full comprehensive one.
But that's not what they teach in normal gun safety.
It was important. I would almost recommend it for her because it's like if you're in your home and someone's coming in, don't shoot towards your kid.
Does she have a gun? This is what
my boyfriend did.
This is what she needs, right? This is what she needs right here. Something small and compact.
What is that, 380?
Yeah, 380.
That's incredible.
And this is what my mom's got.
Your mom revolt. That's what my mom said.
Down,
Seth. Down, Seth.
That's why I'm pointing it in the air.
Oh, yeah.
It'll hold 10.
Guy Kemper?
No, it's
Purple? Like that thing's killer.
No, it's a SIG.
It's a SIG?
Yeah.
That's awesome looking.
But I mean, it's teeny tiny. It's teeny tiny.
The way he's waving it around, it's like stripes.
But that's what she needs. Hey, Danny, that'll kill somebody. That'll kill the fuck out of somebody.
Yes, it will. That's why we're all ducking.
When he's going, my head
He's doing like the 70 Sam with it.
If he goes like this, my head is perfect.
It would take the top of your head right off. Oh, that video scares me. I like it. I was preaching to my wife about closing or keeping our back doors locked because we have construction with, I'm not joking, 16 strange men at our house every day before the sun rises. She's getting coffee with the window open. You know, like the lights, you can see her. And I'm like, with the back doors on.
It hasn't hit yet, Lummy.
Okay. All I get my dogs doesn't have to be in the kennel. So you can just roam that house, ain't never gonna break in.
If he gets to the point where he's really comfortable like that, that would be amazing. Chloe just got back into school again full time, but she said she's gonna help me find someone for you down here because she knows that.
Where's she in school?
She's back at USF.
That's in Tampa.
Full time. She doesn't have time to do the dogs. She's not doing so, but she said someone
Like an hour a week. She
is someone who's Malinois specific. She does German Shepherds. But she would do it if she had
Belgian Shepherds.
Whatever.
If you need anything with regards to homeowners insurance underwriting and claims, real estate and surveying, mapping and surveying, capturing high-resolution imagery, property management, construction progress, material management, weekly or monthly, and you need PPE verification for active construction sites, whether it's a wedding or a party, let 86drone.com capture your special moment from the air. 86drone.com can handle any projects, any size, weather permitting. More information, 86drone.com. Tell them Bubba Army.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, come on! Come on, you stupid-ass piece of...
Bubba the Love Sponge lives because a dirty mind is a terrible thing to waste. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay has joined the fray. Jay, how did you... I know you had to go to big... Usually when you wear a suit like you did yesterday, it means you're going to big boy court.
Yeah.
Did you go to big boy court yesterday?
Had a 4.5-hour hearing.
What?
Yep.
A 4.5... I mean, was there multiple things about... Or was it... That couldn't have just been one issue.
No, it was every remaining issue in a case that was filed 6.5 years ago.
Oh, my God.
And we have trial 2 weeks from yesterday, so I'll be picking a jury in 2 weeks at 8:30 in the morning.
Poor Dyer.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Ooh. Who's sitting second chair?
My cuz, Scott and Arthur.
All right, cool.
Alton Driggers, 25.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Wow. So now it's go time now. Now you're locking yourself into your office, not eating much.
Right.
I mean, eating like half of a tuna fish sandwich all day.
He'll be 150 in 3 weeks.
I'll see you in 10 pounds.
Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, exactly. Dan,
I may not be able to be here for a couple of Mondays.
Yeah, I know. I'm prepared. Because when it's go time now. I mean, it's go time.
Now I live it, and so I'm already dreaming it. I woke up this morning. I just called my cousin on the way in here. I have a whole nother idea of how to approach something, which is just, I think, very common sense.
I mean, like just another
I'm going to bounce some of it
another
off
angle on the strategy.
Yeah, I want to bounce some of it off YouTube, if you don't mind, just because you and Candle have some of the best common sense ideas and ways to present things. So
yeah, we're very much similar. I don't want to use the word, but we're
well, you guys both have like common sense off the Richter scale. That's like a thing with her. I mean, she's got the most unbelievable common sense. Sometimes I'm like, what? Of course.
So now listen. So you've had this case for 6.5 years.
Oh, it's 8 years old.
And does that not just, there comes a point where you want to go to trial just because you got so much blood, sweat, and tears, unless the settlement would just be something that would be astronomically knock your socks off. You're probably at the point where you got so much time in this thing that you want to roll the dice and take your chances because that's how good you feel. Because otherwise you wouldn't have gone this long. If you don't feel good about something, you're not going this long with it.
Oh, well, there's no doubt. And there's not a lot of firms that would go 7 years of litigation, 3 appeals, Bubba, with 3 oral arguments. In my 30 years, I've had 1 appeal, and I wrote the response myself. It was denied. I never had a formal appeal on anything. There's been 3 with oral arguments in this case. So we've endured all that. We're 2 weeks from trial, a wrongful death case where my guy's literally asleep in the sleeper cab as the driver of the vehicle goes blazing down the mountain in North Carolina into a runaway truck ramp so fast that the spoils of metal on the back, the coils of metal on the back literally break free and are thrust through the cab and catapulted and killed all of our... My guy was 90 feet from the cab.
And your guy got killed.
Dead.
No, he was ejected 90 feet by the projectiles hitting him.
Hold on. So you're saying your guy was in a sleeper cab.
Yes.
And in the hills of North Carolina where they have these truck runoffs.
Correct.
And he's sleeping in his cab where he's supposed to be. And this guy is going, the guy that your opponent,
guy I'm suing.
Just saying your opponent.
Yep.
I think that's...
It's all public record. It's all going to trial. This is nothing private about this.
I know, but I'm not mentioning any names. Yeah. I'm just going to call him your opponent.
For sure.
You know, the guy that did it. He's going so fast. And so do you have an estimated speed?
90.
90. And what was his posted?
35.
Hold on. The posted speed limit, what?
35.
90 and a 35.
That's what my expert says.
Loses control of his semi. Hits your clients.
No, goes in a race. They're
in the same
together.
truck.
My guy's up in the sleeper. The other guy's driving.
Oh.
He loses control of his vehicle and goes into the runaway truck ramp at such a high speed.
They're tandem drivers.
Yes.
All right, so they're
like
working
Scout
together.
and Big Gulp.
Right, Scout and Big Gulp.
Right.
And so your guy happens to be, his shift is over, he's sleeping.
Yep.
The other guy, his shift is on, and he's hauling 90. He's going 95 or 90 and a 35.
He's going so fast that the cargo is dislodged and goes through the cab. And they get catapulted. He gets 90 feet from the vehicles where he's found.
Your guy?
Yes.
Now, what happens to the driver?
Both are dead. Unfortunate. It's tragic because the coils killed him too.
Oh, they were hauling those big, heavy-duty steel coils that are like...
They weigh tons.
Oh, my God. They weigh like 5 tons.
I think it's like 50,000 pounds. It's almost like a tank.
And I think they can only carry like 1 or 2 of them.
It's massive.
They didn't have a chance.
No.
Not a chance.
No. And so I represent the surviving daughter who lost her father when she was 21 years old, and now she's 28. Can you imagine?
Now,
having to fight that long and wait that long for your day in court.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If you can't answer it, then say so. What would be the defense? I can't, for the life of me, be what's the opposing counsel saying? Whatever. I mean, as much as you can say.
Well, at one point they were trying to say that the brakes were defective in a bad condition, and then Scott took the guy's deposition and he said, yeah, but the owner should know. He never said anything about our guy. Why would our guy know? He's not climbing under the truck. There's no way he would know anything about the brakes.
Your guy, the brakes worked fine for him.
For sure.
So, the last time he was behind the wheel, but obviously he was sleeping, but he had his shift just prior to sleeping and he had no brake issues.
Their defense is, we don't know what happened. Of course we do. The car went into a runaway truck ramp at such an excessive speed that the cargo was ripped away from its tethers through the cab and killed everybody. What happened?
How many?
He was going too fast. That's what happened.
How many total fatalities? 2?
2.
Just the 2 drivers.
Yeah, and they were friends. It's tragic.
Wow.
And I believe if the guy was alive, he'd say, "Pay the insurance."
Wow. And, whew.
And my client is a beautiful young woman who was devastated by the loss of her father and went into a severe depressive episode afterwards. And it was tragic. I mean, the kind of depressive episode you don't want to see your children go through. And so it's brutal. It's a brutal
why
case.
Are they but Steve, but Jay, why are they fighting it? Like,
Well,
this is a
never
no.
understood.
This is a no-brainer. I mean, like, there's not a lot of moving parts here.
It should have been a 29-day demand. 30-day demand. They paid off.
No pun intended. But there's not a lot of interpretive data here. There's not a lot. This isn't a big whodunit. It's guy was going too fast for conditions. Break, and that's about it.
That's about it.
There's two things here, Bubba. There's the corporate greed that doesn't want to come off the money, and there's adjusters that treat the money as if it's their own money and not the insurance company's money. And that distortion of this process is what makes it so drawn out and so long. If the defense attorneys had a soul, and if the companies insuring these drivers had any integrity, these cases would be solved much faster and much earlier and much more lucratively for the victims that are not made whole.
Dan he makes a good point generally. I'm not talking about this lawyer, but you've heard me say before, Bubba, nobody wants a good case. Right. Everyone thinks they want a good case, but you don't want a good case because a good case means that someone you love died or is forever changed. That's not a good place to be, and that means that there's another law firm on the other side saying that everything you say didn't happen.
But let me ask you a
question.
question.
That's a good case, and that sucks for the victim.
Doesn't the defense run the risk of, a jury that you will craftily pick? You're good at you're unbelievable at reading people. You're good at voir dire. They could see your history. They could see your trial history. And aren't they, I mean, just the common person that is in this area, judged by a jury of your peers, part of the jury pool, I mean, aren't they afraid that you get 6, however many people are going to be in the jury together and say, oh my God, this huge corporation's being like extra stiff and mean to these poor people. This poor girl lost her dad. And then that number, I mean, sometimes can get real scary. Could get real scary when a jury of your peers think that the big guy is picking on the little guy.
Especially in Hillsborough County. This isn't, this ain't Polk. It ain't Pasco. This is Hillsborough County.
Yeah.
And so
now where's the defense company based out of?
Miami firm.
Okay. So you're dealing with Miami counsel.
Right. And by them dragging this silly case out
let's not talk about them.
Okay, when defense attorneys drag out cases for a long time, sometimes it just becomes a good source of revenue for them. Does that make sense, Bubba? Now I got this defense. I got this case that's going 5 years.
You mean churn, baby, churn.
That's one of the reasons I didn't do defense anymore.
Churn, baby, churn. Churno inferno. I mean, yeah, you get a good paying, you get a good paying client that's got deep pockets, and you take them 5-6 years deep, and you churn, and then I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't settle on the courthouse steps. I wouldn't be surprised if that, but at that point the number has gone. I'm sure you guys have talked settlement a lot, but when Jay's walking up the steps, that number's tripled. I'm just saying.
It just seems like there's certain cases, like yours and Schnitz and everyone that you've been in, where it's going to trial, and you rarely can say that with the law because I've had 4 or 5 trials set in the last 5 months, and all of them settled on the courthouse steps. I really don't think this one will.
And I don't know if you're in the mindset to do it.
I'm always open-minded to reasonable things, but there's certain ones where people draw their lines in the sand, and that's where they are. And so I think even if I get when I get a verdict, it'll be appealed 100%. They've already said it.
Yeah, of course they're going to appeal it.
There'll be at least one more appeal. We just won one last week. An appeal in this case.
They can't hear the word no. And Bubba, you've experienced this firsthand.
Yeah.
You should never have been charged and tried for the animal cruelty on the pig. They knew as well as the rest of the world that you were not guilty of that of that offense. The MJ thing should never have gotten to trial. It should have been negotiated and settled.
Should have been summary judgment.
99% of those cases get out
3 years
motion to
earlier.
dismiss. Not even summary judgment. They're just tossed out because he's a
dismissed.
public figure.
Exactly. That should have been dismissed. And so sometimes the system creates this need to drag these things on because people are making money on the process instead of on the outcome.
So anyway, moving right, Jay, I know what you're going through, my friend. So if you need some time off, just let me know, my friend. I know you're in trial mode 100%. Right now, which means you flip a whole nother gear. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and they're calling it now Penis Gate.
Yes,
and it's these downhill skiers that go for distance, and they're trying to create extra material, or I guess now, because they're checking for like cups and material that's been added to the suit of these guys, that they're actually injecting their penises with various stuff to make their and so like a sanctioning body, Dan, they could say that your suit's too big, but they can't say your penis is too big. It's part of your body.
Right.
Unless you're altering your penis. And I don't know how they'd be able to necessarily prove that, because they don't have a starting point as to when you signed up for this competition, they didn't measure your penis and what your starting penis width was before you went to go jump. So I guess they're now injecting stuff to make their penis bigger, which means the suit fits differently over their body than it would normally with their small little wiener. They're making their wieners bigger.
Well, they have to add more material too.
Yeah,
right.
more material, which is more lift.
Right.
I would like to get to a story.
But Bubba, this is like saying a girl can't get a breast augmentation because that's going to make her suit bigger and give her more lift.
Well, I don't know.
It's just as ridiculous.
I'd love to see Dan do this. He can do about anything. I don't know if you can do this.
Because of these situations, I'd fly further and have an unfair advantage.
Danny, while you're here,
Dan's calling himself large penis.
You tell me, Danny. It's one that we cannot ignore in ski jumping right now. I'm quite sure you've seen the frankly salacious headlines. The rumours, the suggestions, the suspicions that men have been enhancing certain areas, shall we say, a certain bodily part to give them advantage in competition. I'm going to leave it there, Darren, and I'm going to let you pick up the story so I don't get into any trouble. Explain, because you're part of the governing body. So explain to us where the story has come from, first of all.
Thank you very much. First of all, where the stories come from. People's imagination is really big. and we live in a world when everybody can have a say, and if you got picked up by a big media or whatever, it can become kind of true. So basically, the complete story is a complete... You finish the sentence? But I don't think that will help, especially
Can
not
I
in
roll
the
back
races.
a little bit here, Darren, because I want to explain for anybody who has somehow managed to miss this headline. The suggestion being that ski jumping athletes have been or can inject with hyaluronic acid or paraffin, apparently, to enlarge. So I don't know how to say this.
So Dan, what would they be injecting into their penis to add girth, whatever?
Well, they're talking about hyaluronic acid, which is like Juvederm and Restylane.
Okay.
Those things that you put in your lips.
Right.
You just put it in your penis, and that's done. That's done on a regular basis. It hurts. It requires a lot of injections. You're swollen for days, and sometimes it gets infected.
I would
and then
never
you got
my
big problems.
penis. My penis is good. I mean,
Television.
Please don't inject my penis with anything.
What?
Please do not inject my penis with anything.
Of their bodies.
There we go.
Okay.
And that would give them an advantage in competition, because it would mean that they could have a ski suit that is slightly larger in that area to give them more lift. So there is a plausible...
if we're looking at large ski suits, I'm a 3X. I mean, I should be able to fly for a long time.
Sign up.
The only bad thing is Belgium. The bad thing about it is that 300 pounds wants to drop like a rock. You know what I'm saying? And so I mean,
it would be amazing.
To this story.
And these are the stories that people like. It is plausible, but not during the Olympics.
Okay.
Because all the measurements were done already in summer. So you get the measurement for your crotch measurement. The shorter...
Do you think that when they're measuring for this competition, they're actually having somebody take your ween out?
No, they're doing 3D body. They're doing 3D scans.
You wear like spandex, and they just do a 3D scan of it.
Like you're going through the airport.
the better for you, because then you have more space to fly on here, or more material. So yes, technically, if somebody would be that stupid to do it, they would need to do it in summer.
Okay.
Because now this measurement cannot be changed anymore.
And it would
It
get in the way
can,
of
but
the
only
suit.
higher, which doesn't help you.
Yeah.
So, and I don't imagine that hyaluronic acid would also weigh something. And you know that weight is really important for ski jumpers.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about ounces, right, Dan? I mean, you're not.
You're talking about a couple cc's.
Right,
Yes,
you're not talking
We're
about
talking
even,
about a couple more like inches of material on your race.
For a little
race.
Yeah, but a couple more inches gives you, it says 9 feet.
Plus, here's the other thing, Bubba. So let's just say we put, half a pound of hyaluronic acid in your penis. And it's a lot bigger. And you didn't use the penis pump. It wasn't a nice warm day. You didn't take your daily Cialis. You didn't have that whatever. But that injectable is gone in 6 months. So whatever weight you potentially gained from the injection is gone. And now you're still left with that larger size. But, again, this would mean that you would have to be prejudicial against women with implants, because for the same thought process, surface area in the front of the body, more material. A girl with big breasts, I mean, they require different bulletproof
maybe they
vests.
have rules where after a certain date, after your measurement date, you'd have to be get your augmentation pre-measurement.
Mm-hmm.
But after the measure, maybe there's rules that saying you can't do anything body altering after your initial check-in date. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the sanctioning body has a rule where after the summertime where they do your pre-measurement, your 3D body scan, you can't alter your body. I could see that. But if a girl went in pre-measurement scan with a new set of knocks, new set of Diacos, I got to think that would.
She has an advantage over the girl with small breasts.
They couldn't hold her in violation because she's rolling up pre-measurement with these gimmicks.
Well, just like you rolled up in May with this injected penis, your pre-measurement. You rolled up with this large swollen penis because you just had 50 injections in it, and then by the time January, February rolls around, your penis shrank back to its normal micro penis. Not you in general, but not you specifically, but whomever. You have all this space in your suit, but you don't have the weight. So the girl gets a breast aug in May, gets fitted for the suit in June, and then takes the implants out in November.
Wouldn't that create drag?
No, it's lift. It's not. You're flying. Your drag is more proportionate to your body position on the way down the slope than it is anything else.
99% of them, and nobody looks so stupid in my eyes. So.
Okay. It does come off the back of a very real scandal in ski jumping with the Norwegian team, and we had 4 members of the team who were suspended for 18 months for tampering with the suit to make the crotch area larger. They were caught doing that on camera. The 2 athletes whose suits were tampered with are competing. They said they didn't know anything about it. They were given just a 3-month suspension. So
Is there creams they can do instead of the injection?
There's a bunch of stuff you could do. You could just go there, just hang out with your penis pump for 20 minutes before measurements.
You're looking for some enhancement cream, Lummy? Is the pump not doing the job anymore?
Oh, no. I'm just saying instead of a shot.
I wish you were a pump brother with us, Seth.
Yeah. Gene Lasker's probably going to come in here tap dancing.
Me, Dan, and Lummy are really the pump brothers.
Oh,
here.
yeah, you are. That's why I referenced Lummy.
And every one of us, although we have different opinions about a lot of different things, the 3 pump brothers will all agree that the pump does make your penis bigger and engorges it, and it's like almost weightlifting for your penis.
That's right, 100%.
I mean, so this
is why they took me off the pole vault team and put me on the ski jump team.
Dan in his I don't know where if he's got a book of corny jokes or what, but
Dan puts his unit over at least twice a show.
Dan puts the way he's hung, and I mean, and the bad thing about it is I want to say that Dan's probably really not that well hung. But Lummy has verified that when they've been out, of course I don't want to give Dan the automatic 100% endorsement that he's well hung. Of course I want to kind of bust his balls, no pun intended, about it. But Lummy, who I love and trust very much so, says, I just want to let you know that when I've seen Dan pee outside, because we pee by each other, he has a very big one.
Yes, it's hard to miss.
Even when
you can hang yourself with
even when it's not aroused and it's just hanging there peeing, it's quite impressive. So as much as I want to tell Dan, quit bragging about your penis, as much as I want to say that, Lummy comes in with the real stats and says, Dan's got a big penis.
Yes, it does.
So
it's burned in my brain.
This guy, I guess, just gives you a little bit of a graphic as to why. So just that little bit of extra right here can really cause that much difference?
Yeah, 9 feet.
9 feet.
Yes.
For what? How many,
They said maybe just a half an inch to an inch added on your suit can get you 9 extra feet.
Can you imagine how sketch that is, flying through the air like just an absolute squirrel? You're literally what? How many feet above the ground are they at this time, you think, probably?
I don't think they're ever much more than 10 feet above the ground, but the ground falls out because it's such a steep
Right, they build the ground
slope.
underneath them. They slope it so that they're not
if
that
they eat
far.
it, Dan, they eat it hard.
They
It
do.
doesn't
Well, they're
matter.
going
not
fast. They're going almost 100 miles an hour, and they slide because it's such a decline. But they're never more than like 10, 15 feet off the ground.
Oh, I was trying to find like a video of them and you say, let me.
It's beautiful to watch.
It is very beautiful to watch.
I'll tell you what else is beautiful to watch is Jake Paul's girlfriend skating. Have you seen her?
No. I've not.
She's an athlete.
I heard she's hot as hell.
She's an athlete.
She won the gold. Yeah.
Oh, did she?
She win it?
Oh yeah, Jake Paul was. I thought he was almost fake. I didn't know he showed emotion like that.
He was crying.
It was real.
Got
real
that video
tears.
I want to see that.
Will you send me the Jake Paul's girlfriend wins gold gimmick, if you could, please?
Yes.
And confidant of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in front of a congressional subcommittee today.
Yeah, she's making headlines for what she didn't say, pleading the fifth. Our John Mueller joins us now with more. John.
Well, lawmakers were not pleased following this morning's meeting where Maxwell refused to answer every single question. They claim that she kept quiet, hoping it will someday get her out of prison on a potential presidential pardon.
She is telling Donald Trump through her deposition that she is trying to buy her clemency.
Blunt words from congressional members aimed at Ghislaine Maxwell, the former girlfriend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, refusing to answer questions during a video call to the federal prison in Texas where she's serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking.
The reality is she is a monster. She should be behind bars. She should stay there. She should answer our questions, but she is not willing to do so because she is looking for that pardon.
Maxwell's testimony, or lack of it, comes one day after this powerful Super Bowl ad from Epstein's victims.
We're standing together. Standing together.
Holding pictures of their younger selves, their mouths blacked out to protest redactions, they called for all of the Epstein files to be released. So far, about half of the files have been made public. The files show Epstein paid at least 25 women. The investigation found he sexually abused 35 underage girls, but the investigation has not revealed evidence of a sex trafficking ring serving powerful men. While Maxwell pled the fifth, her attorney did mention 2 U.S. presidents.
The attorney for Ms. Maxwell said that she has no indication and would say that neither Presidents Trump or Clinton are culpable for any wrongdoing.
Because she deserves the...
All right, so that's her attorney saying Clinton or Trump.
That's a Senator Andy Biggs, but he's saying based on the material he saw, he looked at the unredacted material yesterday, and he's saying based on what he saw, there's no evidence that Clinton or Trump did anything wrong.
So why didn't they release it all then? Because both of them are okay.
I don't know
It's the other 50 guys,
I think it's the underage victims, the potential unnamed co-conspirators or unnamed people who may be associated with it, because, now these people who sent emails to him after he was convicted of sex crimes are rightfully so being highlighted for their hypocrisy of being, close confidants with that guy.
And you see what they're doing too is that what they did yesterday is they're now telling you that no matter what Ghislaine can't even say it. Maxwell says it's going to be a lie, just to appease, just to, like you say,
How can
suck
you lie?
the MAGA D.
How can you lie if you don't answer the question.
Well, no. What they're saying is that she rightfully didn't answer the questions. I would agree with her to take the fifth at this point.
100%.
But what the people that came out and were so vehemently upset about is that they're now going to make it so that no matter what she says, she's lying because she's only saying it to make Trump happy. She's now Trump's tool. So whenever she says something bad about the other side, they're going to see she's just doing it so she can get that pardon from Trump. So there's a setup to discredit her future testimony.
Because we all deserve the truth.
That truth not coming with any help from Maxwell. Her critics continue to say she is staying silent to eventually secure a presidential pardon.
Who were the other co-conspirators? Who were the other men who raped these underage?
Well, don't they have that information? Why do they need her testimony?
Right.
Don't they have it in the files? Are you just going to validate it through her? I mean, she's not dancing with you, but you got it. I mean, you have the information. It was done by I think the FBI, was it not? Investigated by a legitimate
Are these
agency.
names not redacted?
He looked at the unredacted ones yesterday, Seth, with with a Republican. He's a Democrat, Ro Khanna from California, and he looked at it with, there's that one Republican that's always a real thorn in Trump's side. His name's Thomas Massie. So these guys, in a bipartisan fashion, went down into the SCIF, the secured facilities, and they looked at some of the unredacted documents. And so now they've seen some of the names of the people internationally that were involved in these things. And so that's kind of the new spin on what he's saying.
Work the mic, Jay.
I know they. I know that they're trying.
Did Jay forget his mic skills?
They changed the microphone.
He keeps turning the mic. No,
I mean, I'm used to having the mic in front of me.
Yeah, because it gets in your face. You just got to turn it the other way and then talk into it.
Damn, Jay, you lose your skills? You're going to go into court and forget case law? Come on, buddy.
Absolutely not.
Did she have any conversations about a deal with Donald Trump?
All right, well, 2 more blockbuster names will be asked to answer.
By the way, Jay could not have made the microphone less photogenic than what he just did.
Questions before the congressional subcommittee. Hillary Clinton will appear on February 26th.
Look at how your brother looks talking. Wait, are we really having this discussion with you, Jay? On how to? You've been here for how many years, and you've consistently talked in it the same way. Now all of a sudden you're doing it differently. There you go. Now you're perfect. Because what you don't realize is your levels end up being so low that I have to jack them up, and then once you talk normally, it ends up being sky high.
I apologize.
It's okay, buddy.
Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, will appear the following day on February 27th. Now, they were initially reluctant to appear. They've now agreed. But
now,
still
are they going to do the same thing that Maxwell did, and that is, fifth?
Clinton's pretty savvy about answering. Bill Clinton, at least.
Both of them are.
I'd love to do the Chappelle gimmick. There's a bunch of ones I can choose from, but my favorite is the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth. Remember that? I think is this Bo Bright or Bobert or whatever the hell?
Yeah, Lauren.
Congresswoman, are you among the members who got to see the unredacted files today?
Yes, I saw some of them, not all of them, obviously. I'll be going back tomorrow to see more.
Any reaction on what you've seen?
Seth, I think I agree with you. The no glasses look I like.
I'll be going back tomorrow to see more.
Any reaction on what you've seen so far?
I think that there's folks who are definitely implicated and co-conspirators. And, I don't think everyone there that
Hold on, let me ask you a question. These Congress people and senators don't have any type of protection when they're walking out of City Hall. I mean, out of the Capitol building and just maybe walk into their car service or to their apartment or anything. They don't have any.
Not like 24/7 around them. Usually coming in and out of the courthouse, they may be able to be escorted, but they don't have security.
Oh my God!
Talking about underage girls being trafficked are victims.
Got it. And do you support any clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? She was saying that she
I do not. Okay. I think Ghislaine Maxwell should get more time, and she should definitely be in a harsher prison than what she's in. It's absolutely disgusting.
That's got it. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Man,
was from Colorado, Seth?
Yeah.
I think.
She from Colorado?
Oh yeah.
She's hot.
She's the one that was caught vaping and hanging out with her buddy in the.
Grabbing his.
She was making out with him and everything. I love her. I like her, and she looks a little more natural there. Blue jeans, just a regular regular coat.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Wow.
Well,
Because to her left is her lawyer, man. I understand why she's listening to her.
Afraid to get her ass kicked.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bears called one of their nose guard back.
The fridge.
No, Bears called and said, man, Steve McMichael died and we need another one.
Invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record.
Fifth! I just wish you'd say fifth!
So in criminal
1, 2, 3,
court,
4, fifth! You might as well have fun with it, right?
Yeah. In criminal court, there can be no adverse inferences against you for taking
but how
the
about
fifth.
civil?
In civil court, there can be.
People need to pay
adverse
attention to that.
inferences.
People need to pay attention to that, okay?
For sure.
People that are listening to the show, people that are... So criminally, the fifth can't hurt you. But civilly... When you invoke your fifth, it's an inference of guilt.
An adverse inference can be raised as to the questions and the circumstances.
And the jury is instructed that.
Mm-hmm. It goes for administrative hearings as well.
But the jury is instructed by Your Honor to say that in a civil proceeding, the invoking the fifth is an inference of guilt. Just remember that, because it's a big difference, criminally from civilly.
Reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please.
Now, Jay, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a proceeding before, civilly, because you're more of a civil guy than a criminal guy?
100%.
And somebody has invoked the fifth. And like maybe in a deposition or something, it would definitely probably be in a deposition setting. Maybe the witness stand. Do you then circle back as an attorney and say, "Dear Mr. McGillicuddy, are you invoking your fifth?" "Yes, I am." "Are you aware? Do you let them know the rule of law? Do you let them know that by invoking your fifth?" I'm not telling you to answer the question. Don't want any other answer than what you said. I just want you to know, I don't know if you've been instructed or that you know, that by invoking the fifth in a civil situation, it's an inference of guilt. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, probably, just because, whether it's appropriate or in deposition, it's fine.
Can you say, you have the right, you have the right to remind them
for sure
of that, don't you?
100%.
That's not inappropriate.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Are you aware that by invoking your Fifth Amendment right, I can now have adverse inferences against you as to why you said no? And it's,
Have you ever had a person change and say, "Oh, in that case, I better answer it"?
There's not a lot of situations like this. It doesn't happen that often. So usually if there's a civil action after there's been some sort of a criminal action, it gets settled. They don't want to be put in that circumstance of raising the fifth.
Because they know what it infers.
100%. Because when they're, one of the things they said, by advice of counsel, I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment rights. So that means their lawyer has told them the good, the bad, and the ugly about invoking it. And so whatever circumstance they're invoking it in, they have to be aware because their lawyer has a duty to tell them. So they know exactly what's up.
Solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you.
See, he's circling back and saying that.
She's not going to answer it.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, have you ever coerced, directed, or otherwise instructed any young woman or girl to provide sexual favors to Mr. Epstein or any other individual?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect.
Man, it really doesn't look good civilly, does it?
Mm-mm.
It really doesn't.
Because you ask the very specific inflammatory questions and they invoke their right.
At that point, it's almost open season for you as an attorney just to go ahead and lay it all out there. If they're just yelling the fifth on everything, you might as well just throw everything but the kitchen sink in there, right?
That's what they flipped the OJ case. If you remember, Mark Furman got caught lying about the N-word. And F. Lee Bailey did that classic cross-examination. Did you or did you not say? And he did that, and then he got caught. And they brought him back, and rather than admitting to lying under oath, he had to invoke the Fifth Amendment to every question that was asked of him. And the last question that was asked of him, and he invoked his Fifth Amendment right, was, isn't it true you placed evidence at the scene of the crime? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
That Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment.
Probably was a determining factor.
Mark Furman, 100%
of how the outcome came.
Oh yeah. When I see him on television now on Fox News, it delegitimizes Fox News in my mind because I just think, do you know who this guy is?
Please
He's the
be
N-word
very
guy.
clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you and Jeffrey Epstein attempt to surround yourselves with influential individuals to curry favor and shield yourselves from potential scrutiny?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Bubba, they knew she was going to do this.
Of course.
Why even have this circus? If she was going to take the Fifth the entire time,
You just answered your own question.
For the circus.
Because they want it to be a circus.
Yeah.
They want it to be a circus. They want to throw in.
Because it looks terrible, Dan. We have to all admit
she
that.
looks bad. Anything she says, she's going to be killed for saying.
Well, here's the deal, though. Anything
Metaphorically.
but here's the thing, Dan. Here's what's so great about it. Not so great about it, but here's what legally the attorney's brilliant on is now you just throw everything you can against the wall with the inference that she's, invoking
Exactly,
her
the
fifth. She's
questions
invoking
he's
her
asking.
fifth because that's why he always says, okay, so by invoking the fifth, you're saying that your answer would potentially incriminate you on answering that answer, which to a jury means yes.
I'm going to ask that question.
I did it.
I'm going to ask that question.
I did it. Yes.
And the only reason you're invoking the Fifth Amendment right is based on your fear of self-incrimination, correct?
Yes. I invoked the fifth. I even invoked the fifth on you asking me a question about the question.
Which is what she was doing, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. And it just makes you look like an absolute piece of shiz in front of the jury.
Right. And in front of the whole world.
Well, here's the deal.
They're making her look more evil in front of the world.
The court of public opinion.
I know Mach. Macho Man goes, let's invoke a break.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
At his local Walgreens, and I said I saw some at my local racetrack gas station.
You're the wind beneath my wing. Oh, and I.
Oh.
I'm about to ask that question, Reggie.
When are they going to kill that Maxwell bitch in jail?
Who?
Maxwell? When are they going to kill her? I'd smother her with a fucking pillow.
Well, Hillary,
Hillary?
they were little lappy-lappies.
Dude, out of everybody involved in this whole thing, we know that for sure that Epstein and Maxwell were the biggest scumbags on earth.
Yeah.
That's proven. That's why
regardless of what you invoke.
Whether we're talking about the people involved, these two are the
Hey, Jay, Reggie Roundtree said then, why did Rick Scott invoke the fifth as much as he did and got away with?
They paid a huge civil fine.
Well, I was gonna say.
Didn't they pay an enormous one?
Yeah,
One of the largest ever?
So he didn't really get away with shit.
He just didn't go to jail.
He just probably made the check bigger, right?
Well, he protected his ass. He didn't go to jail, and then they wrote a ginormous check based on those inferences. I'm sure.
Some other comedians. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He must have been really down in the dumps looking for people to blackmail if he had Jokey the Jacker.
I got that podcast.
Jackie the Joke Man out.
What do you mean? He's telling some good jokes, you know.
No, I mean, you need a little fun. You need a funny man. You need a court jester.
He gifted him a joke book.
You see, we're in the curling medal round for the first time. Only 3 times in Olympic history, we're in the curling round.
Yo, what is this?
Medal round.
Is it girls and guys?
They have
also
mixed. The mixed.
Oh my God!
I couldn't stop watching it because it was against the Italians, and the Italian language is so beautiful. They're like, Alina bella, bella, bella.
Oh, when they're yelling and shit?
Nine. It's so fucking, some languages are so ugly, but the American team is really, really good.
They look like they were like a husband-wife, are they?
No, they're just friends.
Just friends, okay.
But I have no idea what the fuck I'm watching other than it's sort of interesting. So, yeah, we're in the gold medal round.
Gotta get those points.
My wife's like, where do you have to live to like have your kids want to do that? I'm like, Minnesota.
Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Well, they had a Minnesota curling league that they were all there watching it live.
Did they really?
Yes. It's like a bowling alley with a bunch of fucking lanes. It's trippy.
There's a curling league now. It's every 2.
Yeah.
Friday in Wesley Chapel.
So they have one smooth shoe and one grippy shoe. That's how they go, and then someone's watching their feet, and it's the craziest fucking thing
So
ever.
would you rather be the guy that pushes it, or would you rather be the scraper?
You gotta be, both.
You gotta be
They
both?
were both.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I
But then
specialize in one.
the guy pushing it, they're the one that lays the rules down.
Yeah, the way the mix goes, they both do both sides. They either help assist where they're gonna hit it, or they go.
But who gets
actually
the
throw it.
credit for a bullseye?
It's I don't
Team
know how the
effort?
scoring works.
Team
but-
effort?
Yeah, team effort. Knocking them out is really
You
important.
want to go? You want to go with me?
Yes, I do.
think
I
you
want to
can
go
get
to
tickets.
Wesley Chapel curling shit with you.
That actually, you know what? That's a non-impact sport. I'll do that with you.
Yeah.
$200 for the season.
For the season.
What am I paying for?
How about
There's like 7 games.
How about one time? How about once?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I go to my mom's shuffleboard games. It's their same thing.
That's good
It
enough.
is.
Yeah.
It's
The
strangely
people-
fun.
the scoring system's different than shuffleboard.
That was beyond me. I wish they did a little better. They didn't have a Joe Rogan
It's like
analyzing it.
Lummy, I'm getting curling. I'm going to come to you for curling commentary when Bubba's gone.
All
Okay?
right.
I big time Olymp. I want to hear about every country's how they fared in the curling.
I'll have a complete breakdown.
And I want to know all the greats. I want to know the ones that have been in trouble with the law. All that.
Who's doing penis injections?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They do reductions.
They're making
They want to
dosing
be
on that mushroom just to get through it.
I want to know who's fucking Cardi B.
Lewis Hamilton.
I can't believe her and stuff.
I can't believe Lewis Hamilton.
At Diaco's, my name is synonymous with breast surgery. If you want better breasts, let me, Dr. Dan Diaco, help. I'm a board-certified plastic surgeon with over 20 years of experience and have performed over 5,000 breast procedures. If you want perkier breasts, whether bigger or smaller, let me help. Are you tired of loose or sagging skin in your face, neck, breasts, or tummy? Let me, Dr. Dan Diaco, a board-certified plastic surgeon with 20 years of experience, help you. I use the latest technology such as Face Tight and Body Tight to both tighten skin and remove fat without scars.
Listener-supported sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Happy birthday to Grouper Lips today, Lummy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Also, don't forget, and I might be calling my boy Kurt up for a remodel project. But you can get free estimates from Morgan Exteriors. Go to Morgan Exteriors INC. You can get 25% off all products plus 75% off installation right now. Multiple locations. You can contact them at 813-931-4663. You can schedule an appointment. You can do pretty much everything from their online portal. Get free estimates. Again, sign up for the big, huge savings, whether it's replacement windows, siding insulation, door insulation, roofing, you name it, they do it. Kurt started this just with him and a buddy years ago and have grown into a multi-million-dollar operation. So proud of him. And he's also, oddly enough, related to the show via Jay. He's Jay's brother-in-law.
My father-in-law.
I'm sorry, your father-in-law.
He could be my brother-in-law by age.
Father-in-law. Quite successful, my friend, and I love the dude. Morgan Exteriors, a big supporter of the show. Go to morganexteriorsInc.com. I'm supposed to get a hold of Opie.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to give me a Bubba Army code for people to use.
Nice.
And he's trying to teach me how to, there's some kind of portal that if we would put on our website or on our socials and people would link to Morgan Exterior, that we even get even more money where we could be really rich like Kurt. But I can't quite figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a family business. Which is great.
It's kind of like
news on Monday
like
coming
our
out.
Amazon deal.
Yeah.
It's kind of like our Amazon deal.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, here's an attorney who's got this broke down here.
Significant news on Monday coming out of Ghislaine Maxwell's virtual deposition in front of the House Oversight Committee. She pled the Fifth, which was expected, declining to answer any questions from lawmakers. But her lawyer said this: Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide the complete account. Some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing.
So at that point, she kind of played her ammunition, did she not, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Like if her statement is she will cooperate fully for clemency, but also in that same statement, she states that Trump nor Clinton did anything wrong. Well, then what does Trump need to, give her any clemency for? Because you just cleared me.
Good point.
So go do your time, because it's going to be an absolute crap show if I let you out early. And
he's not going to let her out.
Well,
he can't. I think that would be I'm a Trump supporter. I think it would be a huge mistake. He can't do it.
Even on his last day, there's no way.
No. He cannot do that. Don't do it. Do not.
Or did he?
I don't think he will.
No, he should not for any of them.
No.
In other words, this lawyer is saying if President Trump were to let Maxwell out of prison, she can prove that there were no wrongdoings for President Trump as it relates.
She just did. She just stated. She just did. She's got the worst attorney known to man.
Epstein. As a reminder, Maxwell is currently serving out a 20-year prison sentence for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein.
You know what she should have did, Jay? Is she actually should have pick and chose. You don't got it when you don't universally have to say the Fifth. You can pick and choose as to when you use the Fifth, and when they're grilling you on the deposition, like when the House, the Judiciary Committee or whatever, you testified in front of Congress yesterday, when they're grilling you and your answer could be potentially good for Trump, you answer it. And when it could potentially be bad for Trump, you plead your Fifth, and then you come out with that statement saying that I can, fully cooperate for clemency, but you don't in the same press release that you're asking for clemency completely, let Bill Clinton and Donald Trump off the hook.
Do you know
you have no leverage at that point?
Exactly.
What deal did she cut to get moved to that new jail?
See, that's the thing, Seth. I was going to bring this up. Todd Blanche, who's like the assistant district attorney or the assistant U.S. attorney. And he went and met with her, and she spoke locally. Yeah, and when she was in Florida, and she spoke freely with him, I believe, for hours about a lot of these topics without any. I guess he must have given her transactional immunity for the purposes of figuring out whether there was any involvement with Trump. And so he came out afterwards and he said, "There's no involvement in Trump." She said he was a nice man and never saw him do anything inappropriately, something to that effect. Never got massages, never saw him with a girl. And then she gets moved to a minimum security prison in Texas. And so that's a big issue with the Democrats. And, I get that. But if that's the truth now, she said it multiple times, then I think that's pretty important.
Very important.
Look, if she exonerates Trump, that's one, but she still is responsible for these 35 girls that Epstein raped.
Exactly,
I
Seth.
mean, yeah,
That's what she's in jail for.
That's why you can't let her out for exonerating you,
Right.
Trump. You got to let her
cut Donald Trump the biggest deal you can, but you still need to rot in hell for what you did for these 35 underage women.
Yes.
Right. And what they want to do is they're trying to now, by asking her these questions, reopen additional investigations into these 35 other women. And so why would she ever answer questions regarding that? That's the basic fundamental Fifth Amendment right is you answer those, you go to jail for longer than the 20 you're in for. So they want to actively prosecute her, and they should, for all this information they're learning in these unredacted files. And that's what Laura Boebert was saying is there's people in there. And that there's people that could be held accountable.
I loved her little sassy response, their little tight jeans and her no glasses. I loved it.
If it was appropriate to take them back down from the website.
Are these men U.S. citizens?
That's the Thomas Massey guy.
Yeah, so this is actually, after reviewing some of the unredacted Epstein files at the DOJ today, Representative Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna say at least 6 men are implicated in the files, with one of them being a prominent person and another one being a pretty high up in a foreign government. Now, I have read various things that the names that everybody, including the president, including everybody that they're most concerned about there are some very high-ranking Saudi Arabia people in there. And Saudi Arabia, as you know, does a lot of business with us. They buy a lot of military planes from us.
Their pervert's going to have to pay because they're going to get these.
I mean, I think Your Excellence has gotten a hold of our excellence and said, this would be catastrophic for the royal family of Saudi Arabia.
I think you're on something there, and I don't know if it's just them. But there's, I think, some Middle Eastern countries that he had ties to, where I saw an analyst talking about it, and when they talk, when you're dealing in power brokers, you do what you can to make people happy. And he said in some of these countries, it's not illegal to be with a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old. Horrible for us. We can't even believe it. But that's like one of the things that they were talking about is whether or not it's criminal where they were doing it. And so a lot of those countries, Bubba, have completely different laws about what is acceptable, what is sex with a minor.
And I guess one of these names is, really, 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 really influential.
They said a few are foreign, a few are American.
Yeah, exactly. That's
power broker, Seth. And this is where you see the power, the power of persuasion. They've got everything redacted. Why?
They work in the finances, the political.
At least one is a U.S. citizen. At least one is a foreigner, and the other 3 or 4 have names. I'm not sure.
Now, when these politicians that have been able to go down, I would probably call it like in chambers or
it's called a SCIF, secured facility,
in
where they
camera where they can look at it. But do they take an oath, Jay, that they cannot talk about it?
Oh yeah.
So it can't leave. That information can't leave that room.
Correct.
Regardless if you're being interviewed by the media, regardless if you're being interviewed by a newspaper, that information stays in the SCIF.
Correct.
They're foreigner.
And would it be a contempt of Congress or a contempt of court if you were to leak it?
I think it would be breach of your. I think that you could lose security clearance. You could be sanctioned. I think that could be really a big deal.
Maybe impeached.
I think you could be impeached as a congressperson. I bet you there's severe sanctions for that. And if you remember during the Russia thing, Adam Schiff would come out of the SCIF and say, "There's evidence in plain sight," and never cite to any evidence.
Right. U.S.
In which field do they work in? Is it finance, banking, political?
One is pretty high up in a foreign government.
See, again,
there you go.
That's what I've been told.
And some are there. One of the others is a pretty prominent individual, but I think that
and those are the 2 people, whomever they may be, that this whole thing is protecting. This whole thing is protecting these 2 people, whomever they may be. This whole redaction, having to see these files in the SCIF chambers, all of this is to protect these two particular people.
Point is that these 6 are just what we found in 2 hours of a review of the files that aren't redacted. The broader issue is why so many of the files they're getting are redacted in the first place. And until that becomes unredacted, the main things that they're sending to the career attorneys to review, I don't think we're going to have full compliance with the law. Get to the question that most Americans want to know. Who were the rich and powerful people who went to this island? Did they rape underage girls? Did they...
I don't know who this guy is, but I like him. I like his swagger.
Know that underage girls were being paraded around. And after seeing this, I don't blame the U.S. attorneys, the assistant U.S. attorneys reviewing it. If they're reviewing redacted material, what are they supposed to do? But they're getting, it seems like, material.
So now let me ask you a question, Jay. Who's redacting it?
The FBI, I believe.
So this can't be true. This is ridiculous. The FBI has concluded that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a sex trafficking ring for powerful men, files show. Well, isn't that exactly what we're fighting about?
Well, is it a ring if none of the other people know about it? And I think that when you look at the terminology they use, that's what they didn't have any evidence he was a sex trafficking ring. What the hell's that? Like, there's no list. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know what they're. Let's hear why they say they've come to that conclusion.
The FBI poured over Jeffrey Epstein's bank records and emails. It searched his homes. It spent years interviewing his victims, examining his connections to some of the world's most influential people. But while investigators collected ample proof that Epstein sexually abused underage girls, they found scant evidence that well-connected financier led a sex trafficking ring of powerful men. An Associated Press of internal justice records shows. Videos and photos seized from Epstein's home in New York, Florida, and in the Virgin Islands didn't depict victims being abused or implicate anybody else in his crimes, a prosecutor wrote in 2025. An examination of Epstein's financial records, including payments he made to entities linked to influential figures in academia, finance, and global diplomacy, found no connection to criminal activity, said another internal memo in 2019. While one Epstein victim made highly public claims that he lent her to his rich friends, agents couldn't confirm that and found no other victims telling the similar story. Summarizing the investigation in an email last July, agents said 4 or 5 Epstein accusers claim other men or women had sexually abused them, but the agent said there was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. The AP and other media organizations are still reviewing millions of pages of documents, many of them confidential, that the Justice Department released under the Epstein File Transparency Act, and it's possible as those records could contain evidence overlooked by investigators. But the documents, which include police reports, FBI notes, prosecutor emails, provide the clearest picture to date of the investigation, and is why U.S. authorities ultimately decided to close it without additional charges. Dozens of victims came forward. The Epstein investigation began in 2005 when the parents of a 14-year-old girl reported that she'd been molested at the millionaire's home in Palm Beach. Police would identify at least 35 girls with similar stories. Epstein was paying high school-age students $200 to $300 to give him sexualized massages. After the FBI joined the probe, federal prosecutors drafted indictments to charge Epstein and some personal assistants who had arranged the girls' visits and payments, but instead, the then Miami U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta struck a deal with that. By the way, I think he got fired. They should put him. Talk about prosecutorial misconduct. This guy should have done time. This Alexander Acosta, who was the Miami U.S. attorney, struck a deal letting Epstein plead guilty to state charges of solicitation of prostitution from an underage girls, sentenced to 18 months in jail, and he was freed by 2009. In 2018, a series of Miami Herald stories about the plea deal prompted New York federal investigators to take a fresher look at the accusations. And that's when they subsequently found out that he was leaving the jail every day, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And going
he was
out.
on leave for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, he was allowed to leave for 12 hours a day and then go back and just sleep in his cell. And then his helicopter or car service would pick him back up at 8 o'clock. And I think he had to be back by 8 to 8. Let me burn another one. Bad Bunny has wiped his Instagram account completely clean. Why would he do that?
A lot of big-time artists do it when they're about to release a new project.
Really?
Yeah, because it gets everybody talking.
Does he got a new project coming out? Did everybody see the reports that the songs that he's saying might have been possibly chocked full of obscenities? I've seen reports of that, and then I've seen reports that indeed those words and situations were scrubbed and or muted or blurred for the broadcast. So, but I did see 2 reports where he was saying some pretty raunchy stuff that wouldn't fly by FCC standards. Did you see those reports, Lummy?
Yes, I was trying to get a story on it, but then it showed that, like you said, that I guess they were muted or...
Yeah. We'll do that next, and then we'll say goodbye to Jay, and then I got to call Alex for his midday, his fourth show on the midday flame-throwing KBAP in Dallas, and then I got a podcast to do. So we'll be back in a minute.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think Selena Gomez or Kim Kardashian have the most.
Oh, I'm sure, but I just never imagined. Everyone's talking about how irrelevant he is. Clearly, he's not irrelevant.
Let me see. Who's got the most on this? Oh, maybe The Rock's got the most.
I think the Kardashians are up there, too. I think there's,
Oh, God, The Rock's 390 million. Okay. Woo! We get The Rock to do it next year.
Number 1 is Cristiano Ronaldo. 1 billion total followers.
Oh, wow, there he is. Well, that's
Holy crap. Selena Gomez, you were right. Number 2, 683.
Jesus, man.
Messi, 623. Bieber, 596. Taylor Swift, 560. Holy shit.
Man, oh, man. That's like fucking having like a fucking nuclear bomb at your disposal.
No doubt. Despite no TikTok presence, Ronaldo's unrivaled Instagram following of more than 600 million, coupled with over 100 million followers on Facebook and X, puts him at number 1. That's amazing.
Soccer's the world's game.
It is. Because all you need is a field and a ball. You don't need a lot of equipment. Mm-hmm. Everyone in Costa Rica plays soccer. Football.
And then, when you make it to the pros, you just need a field the ball and a referee to set on fire after you lose.
Couple cars to flip.
Man, that shit's harsh, dude. They go after players, coaches, referees. I mean...
Internationally, they love their football, for sure. I can watch the World Cup. Can you watch this like a regular season, between World Cups and like watch that shit?
No, I could maybe watch the Rowdies if like I was at a game, but I couldn't.
No, me either.
It has to be high stakes. I could watch men or women as long as there's something on the line.
It's gonna sound kind of weird, but I almost like women's better because there's more opportunities for scoring because they're not quite as fast. The men seem to swarm the ball more. Other than the political shit they said, I think the women are more entertaining on that sport.
I think like Megan Rapinoe, was it Rapinoe?
Yeah, Rapinoe.
Yeah, I think she's done. I think a couple of the other. They were God. How long ago was it? They wanted equal money.
4 years.
Was it 4 years ago?
So it's probably 2 to 4 years ago when the last one, maybe even more.
I wonder if they had their World Cup 2 years ago, because I think the men's World Cup's this year. I don't know.
I think they do them alternating 2 years like the Olympics.
Okay.
Let me look. I'm not a huge. Again, neither one of us are big soccer fans. Let's see, World Cup. Well, looks like there's going to be Women's World Cup in 2026 too. Happy birthday to you, Kevin. Thank you. I've definitely watched some games, Berto, that are interesting, but for the most part, I just can't do it when it's not an important game.
Doing it in wrestling. Measure.
I'm the bus lady. Hey, lady! I was so constipated I could hardly drive.
Sounds like you should call and tell Bubba all about it. It's the low-priced answer to a high-budget problem. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I got my podcast guy coming in at 10:20.
Okay.
So allow me to do the Alex Stein call-in. He gives me the 800 jobber line to call in. I go, give me the warm line for me to call in, and he gives me the 1-800 line. I'm like, that's the jobber line.
That might be the only line they're giving him.
Yeah, they may not. He's not necessarily been selected as the full-time guy, so they make his host call the jobber line.
That's right.
Because he may not. They don't want to give him the warm line because that way they don't pick him. Now he's got the warm line, and he would be crank calling him.
Bad Bunny is putting his socials on pause after performing on the biggest global stage during the halftime show at Super Bowl 2026 inside Levi's Stadium. The Puerto Rican star deleted all of his posts on his Instagram along with his profile photo. He also unfollowed everyone, leaving just a link to his Grammy Award-winning album, Debí Tirar Más Fotos, in his bio. While it's unclear why Benito decided to go for a clean slate, some of his 50-plus million Instagram fans are speculating that he could be gearing up for a new musical venture or a big announcement coming soon. The move comes after his culturally rich halftime show in Santa Clara, California, where the Seahawks beat the New England Patriots. For the occasion, Bad Bunny donned an all-white outfit as he began his powerful performance with Titi Mi Profundo in a field of sugar canes as background dancers filled the field behind him. His set was a love letter to Puerto Rican culture, featuring older men playing dominoes, children sleeping on chairs at parties, village homes, and people enjoying piragua treats. For the performance, Cardi B, Alex Earl, Jessica Alba.
So make sure we go on record by now. We've established now that every Super Bowl performance needs to be a love letter to a particular country or territory. Hopefully next year it's West Virginia.
Pedro Pascal and Karol G were among the stars on the field. And he also brought out Lady Gaga for a Latin fusion version.
You notice how they'll just make an excuse, any type of excuse to justify what performance they did, whether it's good or bad, whether you liked it or not.
Of her and Bruno Mars's dialogue.
A love letter to Puerto Rico. Who wants that? I don't want it. I want a love letter to Puerto Rico. I could care less about Puerto Rico.
With a smile.
How about a love letter to America? How about that?
As well as Ricky Martin.
Oh. Did you see Megyn Kelly? She lost her.
I watch her all the time.
I watch her too.
I did see this.
She was full hot. I'm gonna end the show with this. She was full hot.
But to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language officially?
By the way, Pierce completely greases her here.
National language of the United States of America.
I mean, English, and there's been a push for many years to make it an official.
You don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out. That people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay,
right,
so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Whoa.
What do you really think, Megan? I love her unplugged.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Well, technically, the official language of the United States is English.
It is.
Because the executive order in 2025 was made that English is now the official language.
Then why do I have to press 1 for Spanish?
Jay, appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate you guys.
I'll be calling Alex here in about 10 minutes, and will you be looking for my guest at 20 after?
Will do.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Counsel.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Counsel.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.